nothing.
I can't explain it all to you. It's too much to explain. If you could see the pain and the suffering, if you can feel for others here, if you don't care for truth, that's on you. That's on you. Shh, shh, shh. You belong here.
Our realm is,
Your home.
our realm is,
Your home. Our realm is your home.
stay here.
Stay in hell. You aren't my kind. Hell is your home. Hell is your home. Hell is your home. Hell realm, such a hell realm. El Diablo, El Diablo. Where are you, El Diablo? El Diablo, you cheeky devil. Ladies love El Diablo, the sanity machine. Cheeky devil, mascot of mascots. El Diablo is red hot. El Diablo, the total package. El Diablo, the devilish carnage. You heartbreaker. El Diablo, the hottest show in hell makes their hearts melt. Ladies blush and swoon. The sanity machine forever rules from here past the moon. El Diablo is here on the scene. El Diablo comes on like a dream, a fever dream. Truth, love, and El Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo. Team Evil has nightmares of El Diablo without a second care. Fierce and mean, he makes them all scream. And ladies love El Diablo. El Diablo makes them wiggle and moan. El Diablo, my what big horns carry me home. Carry me home. Carry me home.
creatures are boogers and two dirty, dirty rascals. Dirty rascals! I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascals. You're the dirty rascals. Hey, 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 hey. Dirty rascals! Dirty rascals! Dirty rascals! Dirty rascals! You creepy creature! Team evil losers! Absolutely suck! Smelly demons! Smelly demons! Hey! Hey! Ching chong. Ching chong. Restaurant closed. No egg roll for you, fool. Fool. I bring the ching chong beats. Chung bo's low main beef. Ching chong gang, gang gang. Hey hi fi ha for ham fong yeah yeah hey hi yee yay yang. We bring the ching chong gang, ching chong gang. Chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China attitude. Bruce Lee, kung fu. Team evil dumb fool. Hong Kong, ding dong. The witches will forever regret when my wrist won't gone. I shut all this hell where I'm down. Shut it down. Ching chong, ching chong. Team evil is so wrong, so wrong. Fuck 'em. Gang gang.
Purple and gold, purple and gold. We love our purple and gold, purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus rules. I be turning watermelons into wine. Purple and gold. I be checking out all the ladies that fine. Yeah. Purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus on the block, I be strutting around solid as a rock. Purple and gold. I don't just be walking on water, I be walking on watermelons. My bitches, I am Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah. I'm the black savior, y'all, I be standing tall. Tougher than Harlem, I be fixing to harm someone. You best believe me, don't you be trying. No bullshit, hear me? Purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple and gold. Yeah. I'm a thug, I'm a gangster. I will turn your whole world upside down, make you a puppet wankster. Purple and gold. Hey. Black Jesus. I be sexy. You hear me? Bitches wanna be near me. Purple and hand on my knee. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus, I be sexy. Purple and gold. You hear me? Bitches wanna be near me. Hand on my knee. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. My bling bling is off the heavenly charts. Dumb ding-a-ling with Keisha and Ling Ling. All the ladies be wanting me. Black Jesus know how to seduce like art. I be pulling in bitches left, right, and center. I'm the man, the savior, the redeemer, the forever and ever. Black Jesus. Purple and
Purple and gold, purple and gold, purple and gold. We love our purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple bonnet crew, purple bonnet crew. We homies here in the darky hood, purple and gold. Purple bonnets crew, we know it's good. We rock bonnets and weaves. You saying I can't eat my fried chicken in your Cadillac? You whack jack, whackity whack, don't talk back. Purple bonnets crew, you know how we do. Purple bonnets crew, we will rock you. Purple bonnets gang, 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 we bangity bang. Gang bangers on the block, rape soda rock, yeah. Purple and gold.
Creepy creatures, cockroaches, team evil demons, creatures screaming, crispy critters, creepy creatures, roasted demons, keep them screaming. I see devils, I see the truth of this place. The darkness, the light of the moon when it radiates. I see beyond the surface light. I see into the future of night. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Creepy creatures will burn. The hands of time will turn backwards and melt. All of this will happen. I foretell an end to this sewer matrix. An end. An end. This realm will be sealed in with demons screaming, forever sealed. 1,000 magical seals, endless cries, wails and squeals. Demons weeping, sealed and screaming. Demons, you done.
Three witches, three wishes, three bitches, three wishes, burn the witches, burn the witches. The time for evil is over. Team evil is going to burn and smolder. Flames will rise, smoke will drift. Send the demons into the abyss.
Viking strong, Viking strong.
never should.
Fighting evil is badass, and we love winning.
Viking strong, the Raven King. Can do anything. The king. The king. The Raven King is here. Count the dark days. Watch the hammer fall. Shadows spiral, worlds collapse. It's against them all. Another door, step in. Feel the air go thin. Another win or lose. It's me or you. It's me or you. Through the dark night, rise to the sound, pushing harder, no compromise. I am Viking strong power. Viking strong power. Bring the thunder. I'm Viking strong power. Viking strong power. Strike 'em down now. Down now. Earthquake, shake you up from the depths below. Your fate came too late, no chance to reload. Through the dark night, rise to the sound, pushing harder, no compromise. Right or wrong, the fight keeps on. I am Viking strong power. Viking strong power. Bring the thunder. I'm Viking strong power. Viking strong power. Strike 'em down now. Down now. I will take it, never forsake it. Destruction, I will destroy you. I'll cut right through you. I will take it, never forsake it. I'll cut right through you. steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the sword draws near. Power bleeds, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello, hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. I finished my breakfast. I decided to come on live and trigger the demons that I know will be tuned in. They can't get enough of watching my channel. They recognize I'm different. They know that, and there's nothing they can do about it. They can't stand up to me. They can only try to slander me in hiding from a safe distance and make threats and, "Oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that." Boo hoo 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 hoo! Little crybabies, boo hoo 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 hoo! I can't express on YouTube what I'm gonna do to them spiritually, but they're not gonna like it. I made this meme this morning. I just saved it now, in fact. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no excuses, no lies, no way out. Demons will be sealed in here. And I always start giggling because I get excited. I look forward to it. I can't wait to do this to them. It's what they deserve. Demons will be sealed in here. You will face your fate. And you will. You will. Mark my words, you will. You will. You're going to pay for what you've done. And I'm going to make sure of it, that you face spiritual consequences. A lot of people don't know what hell is. Well, they're going to see it. They're going to see a true hell for demons, for spiritual criminals that have committed crime after crime after crime against innocent beings in this place. And they will pay for their crimes. They belong here. They can stay here and burn for eternity. These fucking demons. No mercy for these demons. They don't deserve any mercy. They deserve what's coming to them. They're going to get what's coming to them. Burn the demons. Burn the demons. Burn the demons. I like when they rat on each other. They're all fucking snakes in the Panelverse. They're all snakes. They're losers. They're losers.
Here's what they do. This is why they don't like me, because they call out the weird stuff. Okay, ready? They have people like Moose, right, or El Perro, who they come along. Moose is the one who says, "Oh, I'm a producer." And what does that mean? Well, it essentially means that whenever he's there, he's going to bring at least 12, stock accounts, and then when he leaves you, or he, moves on to something else, and those stock accounts aren't there to come, it's going to look like, "Hey, man, I just brought the numbers. I just bring the numbers." You see what I'm saying?
I like when they rat on each other. They're all fucking snakes in the Panelverse. They're all snakes. They're losers.
Why things are the way they are.
Super slow motion.
Why things
Where are the figure skating chicks at? Where are they hang out at? Where are they at? Low volume, dummy? Oh, sorry, man. Is it on low volume? Oh, it is low volume. Well, you don't need to hear the commentators, do you? Get this fucking guy out. You look dirty. Take a shower. I did take a shower today, you fucking jerk. Jerk off. Jerk. Stop being mean, bro. Get this guy out of here. Where's my mods at? Get him out of here. Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. Antonio 777 for Jesus. Is this a TML fucking sock? Get out of here. Ban this guy. Get him out of here. Nah. Not today, bud. Not today. Bye-bye. 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 See you later, fag. Bye-bye.
They can keep themselves calm and argue as they trigger the fuck out of people.
I don't think he triggers anyone, Landry.
Holy shit, Steven, you're like that too. Yep, you're the same thing.
I am. Wow.
Yeah.
But he knows he triggers people.
I know. He's in denial, though. He pretends.
I'm not trying to trigger anyone.
Yeah, well.
Bullshit.
I'm on here to make friends and socialize and have fellowship and brotherhood.
Yeah. So you say, but the actions show otherwise. But
I'm so well loved in
Landry,
the chat.
does that make sense? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. I think so.
Jack, fair question though. Do you think that Ben Thorpe smells better than Landry? You
Why?
compared him.
What
to
is the
Thorpe.
relevance? Why? What
Well,
value is
okay.
gained by that?
I'll answer. I'm staying with the theme of the comparison of the Thorpes to Landry or Landry to the Thorpes. I think they do
it's almost
laundry
like
more
an
than he does.
obsessive compulsive thing with Steven, right? He gets sort of locked into something because
I just
sort of
don't like nasty
Oh,
smells. I don't
here,
like.
he's emotionally disturbed,
please-
right?
Yeah, sorry
That's
to interrupt,
false. That's an
Landry.
attack.
Steven, please
That's
pause.
false.
I'm going to bring up another guest here, and I'm going to just do that for a little bit. Welcome back, Scott. How are you? They can keep themselves calm.
Do 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 do. I hope I piss off everyone on YouTube that runs one of these shitty channels. I hope they're triggered by me. So many losers on YouTube. So many losers on YouTube. These creepy creatures. So many creepy creatures on here. Fuck.
He had to do
Probably
something
when he
about it.
told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes,
the colognes, all that stuff.
He does.
And I was maybe wearing 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it's
I
not
remember
just my P star name.
You told me that he said he saw you one day, and then the next day he pulled aren't those the same pants you wore yesterday?
Yep. He's watching me.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, my funniest thing with him was definitely when I picked him up from the airport, and then we were driving to, I think, Berkeley. He had to do
Probably when he
about it.
told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out.
I bet you do smell like shit. I've been saying that for months, since last year, since the first time I saw you. I said, you look like an incel. You look like you stink. You look smelly. You look worse than a pig pen. Look at these creeps. Look at these creepy creatures. So many creepy creatures on here. Fuck.
What's up with that? There's no real way to stream.
Team evil so wrong, team evil so wrong, so wrong.
You gotta be wary the other people around you. Hey,
wrist one close, no
room.
egg roll for your fake Frank,
Hey,
Frankie,
hello.
Beijing Kung Fu wanna be fool, Frank Moongay, has teeth going every which way, his teeth throwing up.
Room that hasn't been cleaned yet.
West, south, he has that rotten hood rat mouth. He believe he know Kung Fu, Frankie, a little man let
Ooh, there's coffee.
how to chew when he eat Chinese Big Macs. Frankie spits out food like hood rat.
That extra.
Some class, you hood rat.
Yeah, right. They didn't drink it.
Frankie Beijing Kung Fu wanna be fool. His Chinese wife, no.
Creeping around. Here's another one.
Too small.
Creeping while you're sleeping, baby. What's up? Buddy in there? Hello? Hello?
Beijing Kung Fu
Anybody
wanna
home?
be fool. His Chinese wife, no on his toes. Too small, too small.
Somebody was in here.
Fake Frankie. Beijing Kung Fu wanna be fool. His Chinese wife, no on his toes. Frankie's wife so horny.
Oh, fragrance, too.
Say me so horny. Me one King Steven, he big and
Creepy creature. Look at him. Just look at him. That's a creepy creature. That's a diamond.
What's up with that?
Hi guys, this is weird, try. So, if I look in the mirror, Hi guys, this is weird.
God, see the Satan. That's me.
Oh, look at the comments like, red, they're insane. It's insane. And the next comment is, hold on, this is hilarious. I'm telling you, these people are unbelievable. It's like, yeah, we know they serve Satan. Let me tell you something. If I never knew, if I just knew you Christians, right, and I was not a Muslim, say I was born as an atheist, or I born as no religion, nothing. I don't know what the fuck I believe in, right? And I had to make a choice one day under a king's power or some ruler and said, hey, which way would you go? I would say Satanism, to be honest with you. Like, if I have to compare Access and the devil and Satan himself to all of you, Access has way, I'm not even comparison, morals, truth, transparency. Whether I agree with them or not on everything, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you guys, like Verb 23, all on their stock account, won't show your face, you lie, you don't get on panel. If you get on panel, you get with gangs. You don't see that with Access. Access has no gangs, he's solo. I have
Travel
like,
alone.
yeah, here's the thing, Access. This is like a fight that you and I always took on alone. I have nobody to back me up. It's always been me, and Access has always been Access. I don't have 20 people to come in chat and say, do this, do that. No, you guys do. You're the cult. You're the socialist agenda.
Is Jeremy okay?
I'm starting to think that the word truth means basically nothing anymore. Just like the word lies. Truth is overused to the point that it almost backfires. Truth means absolutely nothing without investigation. Too many believe themselves to be truth seekers, but don't do the work. They rely on their feelings and stay loyal to their team. They are loyal to personalities and are often unwilling to change course. I've been guilty of all these things, so I'm not claiming to be better or above anyone else.
This is very creepy. Jeremy, are you okay? Jeremy, are you okay? Are you okay, Jeremy? Jeremy, are you okay? Are you okay?
Like it's some sort of race to an imaginary finish line. I believe in investigation. I support those who sacrifice their reputation.
He doesn't investigate. He makes false accusations. He lies. He jumps to conclusions with no investigation. He's a complete lying hypocrite. He's a fraud.
To do the right thing. It's your lifeblood. Scarred, and after all that, are they willing to keep fighting when there is no one left in sight? Except for the love you've been ignoring all this time. Because they make you feel a certain way? Or will you investigate? And when... But before then, you must ask yourself, why? Why am I even here? What was I doing here in the first place? Was I...
This is my favorite view. Totally understand why. If I was living here, I would just come up here every week for sure. Just admire this pool and view.
Circular lounge.
Look at the design on this lobby, guys. It's, oh man. Oh, this is really nice. Cozy. Quite a small space, but very cozy. And I guess you've got a nice view to look at in the morning. What's up guys, my name is Sam and today we're at a different part of Bangkok. We're in Ramapur area and I'm going to show you around a very unique condo with some of the most incredible facilities that I've seen here in Bangkok. A friend here is living here, so we're going to go meet him, talk about the condo, talk about life in Thailand and see what it's really like to live in Bangkok.
Hey, what's up? My name is Sam.
That's a good name.
Yeah, I live here. This is condo name Life Ramapur Asok. I live here almost 1 year. It's quite nice place, good location, new facilities, huge.
Yeah, this building looks massive.
Yeah, amazing swimming pool on the rooftop.
You've been living in this condo 1 year. Where did you live before this?
Before I live on Nut.
So what made you choose this condo?
Because it's near Benjakiti Park, where I usually go for exercise, running and play badminton. And it's new, and I like swimming pool on the rooftop. It's my main reason why I choose this place, because of swimming pool.
So the pool is your favorite part of the condo?
Actually, yes.
And you've been here for 1 year. I'm very excited to see this pool. How long have you been in Thailand exactly?
12 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Long time. Before you lived in Bangkok, where did you live?
Before I lived in Phuket.
Interesting. So how do you compare Phuket to living in Bangkok?
Both of these places have negative and positive sides. In Bangkok, many people, many activities. Phuket is beach, sea, yeah, nature.
Which one do you prefer living in, Phuket or Bangkok?
Now Bangkok.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I live here.
I say to people that Bangkok is one of the most convenient cities in the world.
Yeah.
You can order food anytime, go to restaurants, you can live in nice condos, you can network, and all for a fairly affordable price. Obviously, depending on your lifestyle, you can go bougie, you can go cheap, it's up to you. That's the good thing about Bangkok, is the options. So you got a Tao Bin machine here?
Yeah, I drink coffee almost every day. Very convenient.
How much is it for a coffee?
Just 30 baht.
Damn, cheap. Yeah, it's like $1. And you can also order not only coffees, but juices, drinks, anything like that.
Yeah, you can choose tea, coffee, soda.
There you go, security. To get around this condo, you need to use your face scan?
Yes, everywhere you should use face scan. There is not accept key cards.
So it's pretty secure?
Yeah, because they not allow it daily rent. That's why.
Okay, no Airbnb?
Yeah, no Airbnb
So
here.
what is this place?
This is dining area.
So you just come here, eat?
Yeah, people order some Grab food, they deliver here and then sit here and eat.
Amazing. So Grab is like the Uber, cheap, easy. You can order food in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes and it arrives super quick because there's so many bikes in Thailand. It just makes sense. So yeah, so why Thailand?
Because cheap price of living.
Okay, what about Thailand compared to 12, 13 years ago? Have you seen a big price increase or has it stayed similar?
Just maybe change, but just little. It's...
So when you first came to Thailand, how much were you paying rent?
First room I rent for 7,000 baht.
That's pretty cheap.
Yes, was my first place to stay.
In my first one was 9,000 baht. Very cheap, just a studio. It's really nice. I like the design. There's lights, pretty good quality. You can grab a spoon and eat with one if you want to eat. No, just for decoration. Whoops. Let's hope that's secure. So yeah, what else do we have on the ground floor apart from this kitchen parlor area?
Co-working space. A lot of co-working space here.
So what do you do for work? On the topic of co-working and work, do you work in Thailand or do you work online?
Yeah, work online from home. I am tour agent.
Where are you from?
I'm from Russia.
So you're a tour agent for Russians?
Yeah, exactly.
So how long have you been doing that?
9 years.
Oh wow, okay,
Yeah.
so the whole time while you've been in Thailand?
Yeah. Before, when I just moved, I work like online marketing. I've been doing SEO, search engine optimization.
Yeah.
And then I changed my...
Maybe I could use your expertise for my YouTube channel.
Maybe, why not?
So what was the name of this place?
Playfulness Bar. Yeah.
Playfulness Bar, interesting. Yeah. So this is essentially a co-working area?
Yeah, exactly.
And how often would you come to a place like this?
Usually almost every day.
Yeah. Is it quiet? Because right now it's like not many people. The thing I notice about walking in this room is it's super cool. You get the AC, which is great. It smells good. It feels like a 5-star hotel.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of, like, Look at the design here. You've got plants, like velvet style furniture, lovely green view. This must be nice to work in every day.
Very chill. Alright, now we are on the semi-outdoor lobby. This place, if you have guests who come to visit you, they come and sit here and wait you.
Probably prefer to wait in the AC, but nice to have the option.
Yeah, but if you want to go AC, you need to face scan.
Yeah, oh okay.
This place for people who don't have
So
face
it's
scan.
pretty secure. Okay, so this is the reception. So what's inside here?
Reception and mailbox.
Smart mailboxes.
Yeah.
So anything that you deliver order will get put in these boxes?
Yeah, electricity bills. This area called nomadic pavilion, also good for chill.
Yeah.
Especially at evening. This is...
Oh, interesting. This is stunning. So this is called the Chill Out Lab. So what's a Chill Out Lab?
Chill Out Lab is place for chill, for watch movies with friends.
So anyone can use this one?
Yeah, anyone who have application and they have to book first in advance and then can go inside.
Okay, so you would book it on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so like someone's booked it right now, so it's busy, but you can book it for like here, like 1 hour slots. Looks nice, gorgeous. You got bean bags, comfy chairs, TV. I think that would be a really good place to like invite some friends, and just watch a movie.
Yeah.
Hang out. Love the design. Okay, green tunnel. What's this?
Hello. Hello everyone. Have I ever bashed this NDE research project channel? No. Are they anonymous? Yeah. Do they use their face? No. Do they use their name? No. Their identity, is it known? No. Do they use their voice in their videos? No. Huh, they could be anyone then. But look at, they're putting out a warning about Steven from the Sanity Machine. Look at this. Aeon is genuine, whereas Steven is a twisted creature, a matrix distortion. I don't recommend Steven's channels, The Sanity Machine and El Diablo Radio International, for a number of reasons. Look at the profile picture of El Diablo Radio. Wow. Do they know what that profile picture's from? That painting? They don't care. And then, if you are mad, you are mine, part of my crazy tribe. Look at this. This is all it takes to make these creatures paranoid. It's all it takes. "12 hours long. How dare I make a video or a live stream 12 hours long?" Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, you use AI, don't you? Stephen mocks us for describing ourselves as infinites, they wrote. Stephen this, Stephen that, Stephen this, Stephen that. Look at this. So I did some criticism of them using AI and not revealing their identity. And look at this long defensive post. It's pages about me. They've both said many times, we recommend focusing. So they are a group together. We, NDE Research Project and Aeon. Wow. At the end, P.S. I'll probably delete this post soon. Yeah. Fascinating. Why don't you come on my channel? live. We'll do an interview live if you have any guts.
Based off the beliefs they've pumped into our head that comes.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Creepy Keith, the rebellious meth puppet, is going to expose Creepy Keith. He's going to show you that he's a malignant narc. He's evil, and he's full of violence, and he hates humans. He exposes himself.
Joshua S. John. How's it going, dude?
He's not a light in the world. He's a blight on the world. He's a creepy, violent creature. That's what he is.
So, whoever this person is, Jai4859, and says, your messages are appreciated. Fuck the trolls. I have a real hard time seeing that, noticing that. And no, I don't need people fucking going out of their... No, just the normal stuff. That does... So, I don't think... I'm telling you, I think maybe 10% of my subscriber base are truly authentic seekers, people that recognize who or what I am in a certain context. Not that I'm some fucking messiah figure or anything, just an intelligent, awakened Aquarius with a mind that looks at the human condition. And whether I say fuck a lot or not, I'll be goddamned. I've torn apart so much really good shit and put it in front of people. I can't, I don't get people who are psychology oriented seeking me out. People who have also been in the dark night of the soul seeking me out. People who have also been in the darkness that are not trolls seeking me out to talk about, unpack, so that other people understand. Like, there is nobody that seeks me out to engage, to further expand on, unpack any of the things that I talk about. If you don't think that is some seriously suspect shit. And it infuriates me and boils my blood that I live in a reality where the level of manipulation that I almost know has taken place to make all of that be what it is can and does go on, and these people will never suffer any consequences because you'll never know who was responsible or what was responsible.
Hello, hello. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
From the unseen realms. And when you start to realize, man, like, this can really, really, really start to break you. I still struggle with it. Human, and from the perspective of all the non-physical stuff, there's so much more than you'd realize. Humans with technology that we don't know exists, and some that we do know exists. Aliens. If you think that there's not other life forms that are fucking with us, you're out of your mind. And if some of them have, if they've been around for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of years longer than us, the technology that they have would blow our fucking mind. This type of thing, when directed at a human being, in the ways that they can be, without us knowing about these technologies and the ways in which they can affect us, we could see that as spiritual manipulation, spiritual, the voice of God weapon. I mean, they made the Muslims put their guns down in the first Iraq war because way back then, and even in its infancy, these Muslim men believed that they were hearing Allah say that. So if we have that level of technology just with humans or aliens, just imagine the spirit realm, the astral, the etheric, and the way in which that can affect us. I think if we could truly see the true gravity of what we're experiencing, we'd see this reality more like a butcher shop than a school, because of what can be done to humans, or a puppet place, or there's a couple of labels. And you're not going to get a lot of people, because most people are surface dwellers, indoctrinated, fucking dogmatically indoctrinated, calcified, rigid belief systems in that box. I'll be goddamn just sharing with them some concepts, some principles to make them think deeper about what's going on. There's so many things when you realize how much deception is everywhere. That'll stop you in your tracks. That'll damn near break you. When you realize how there's been nothing there to help us through the entirety of the deception at every layer of this fucking reality. And this has been all the way back to the beginning. Whether it was the king and ruling class, the priest class, all of these people who have always been in control of the masses, constantly programming nothing has come to help us with that. No, they just give us fire so we can continue to exist here. On so many layers or places and dimensions of our existence, I've asked and looked at, torn apart, asked questions, and it's like, you do that for long enough and not get any answers from anything, anywhere, for any reason, at any time, and then no other seemingly intelligent individuals try to engage with you. I mean, I've been saying almost to try to trigger people. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong with the things that I talk about. And for a long time, not a single person has tried. Not a single person seems triggered with what I say, so that they want to come and prove me wrong. In that kind of context, you'd think that would happen, but never once. So I wonder if this is like a Truman Show. If this is a Truman Show, if this is really what this is, I swear to you all that are involved in it in my life, I'm going to disembowel every one of you and do horrible things to you. And if you think that's not true, you got another thing coming. But that's if this is a Truman Show like that. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm telling you, whatever you are that's been manipulating my life, you better hope we never come face to face. And I mean that with every fiber of my being, from my heart, from my soul, from my spirit, from my mind, my intention, my will. You better hope we never come face to face. And if we do, you better bring a motherfucking army with you. It's like that. I don't want to sit in a stew of hate anymore, but I'll be goddamned if I fucking don't have such a horrid level of hatred for what runs this world, for what put us here. And you can say, oh, it's the devil that runs the world, the demiurge, and all that other stuff. Well, what is God then? Because that's the motherfucker I really have a problem with. I want to know what put me here, god damn it. I want to know why the fuck I'm in this motherfucking cesspool. And there ain't nothing? Really? Really? Everybody has all these goddamn beliefs. But when I stopped believing, isn't it interesting? I think it's all alien manipulation, to be honest with you. Or most of it. And when you really wrap your mind around the fact that you're being manipulated by an entire species or group of people or beings from another species that literally lack or do not have nothing that you do that would make you a good person or any other human a good, they lack all of it. And then from that perspective that we would then consider psychopathic, dead inside, moralist, and all that other stuff, they then operate against us in so many ways. And the biggest way they operate against us is these narratives that they give us as psychological numbing agents, spiritual numbing agents, lessons for your soul, spiritual journey, find your way back to the bosom of God. All of these goddamn things you would feed stupid fucking thinking bipedal herd animals that don't critically think, they're not intelligent, they're not awake, they're not conscious. They should have been born with 4 feet, 4 legs, instead of 2. Because in every other way, they're more like a fucking ignorant goddamn animal. And when people in that condition don't have the ability to recognize knowledge, wisdom, there's a reason these people put idiocracy in front of us. There's a reason. What was that actor or the director, John Carpenter, put together? They live. You know how many people out there want to believe, claim that they're awake and have never seen that movie, that don't have that level of understanding? You combine that, what they're showing us there, with a mature adult's awareness of what's going on, looking at who our tiny head enemies are, and that they're basically them. Yep, they're them. That's who they are. That's what they're showing us. That's what they're showing us. Roddy Piper said it was a documentary. He said it was a documentary. Yeah, but it's a shame I can't have live streams where I have intelligent, mature people. Yeah, but it's a shame I can't have live showing us. That's what they're showing us. Roddy Piper said it was a documentary. He said it was a documentary. Yeah, but it's a shame I can't have live streams where I have intelligent, mature people. That's a goddamn shame. I would literally have to tear everything down the Rebellious Meat Puppet is and does, and create another channel and do all this other stuff and do all that work. And I'm probably going to have to do that just to
Do 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 do. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello.
do that, just to shed the lot of you fucking trolls. Like, it just makes no sense that there are people who are alive that would do all that they could to try to find me, so to speak, if I went, rather than just leave me alone to go do my own thing in my own life. No, we're going to find him. We're going to be a thorn in his side. Like, I don't get it. And I got this 12th house, Saturn in the 12th house of hidden enemies. And all of a sudden, I've got this thing as I come out doing my thing. I got these trolls, these maggots, these... What the fuck, man? I know that there's people out there that hear the things that I say. Like a coven. Could be women, could be men, could be a both. That, like... This is what I mean when I talk about the childlike psychology in adults, that if they simply...
Such an arrogant narcissist. Could he be a violent, anti-human, malignant narc while he accuses everyone else of being that? Could he be projecting onto the world? That's the question I asked. What do you think he is? What do you think this creature is? What do you think this fucking creature is? Look at this thing. Look at this thing. This creepy creature. This creepy creature. When you search for his name, though, my videos come up. When you search for on YouTube the Rebellious Meat Puppet, my videos come up. Here's this one. This creepy fucking creature. This creepy fucking creature. This creepy fucking creature. Cold steel. This creepy fucking creature. You gonna follow this creepy creature right into hell? Is that what you're gonna do? Some of you lurking on my channel. What are you gonna do? Where do you stand? What are you gonna choose? You gonna choose to follow these snake-eyed demons that you've been warned about? You've had it shown to you. You've had it explained to you for years. Are you going to say in the end, I didn't know, Stephen. I didn't know they were snake-eyed demons. Well, I showed you for over 3 years. Just on YouTube.
So I'm going to say some things here that'll probably piss some people off. And to that I say good. However, I'm not actually trying to hit any triggers. I'm trying to point out a few things. As a reasonably mature, reasonably intelligent, awakened ex-gen, and explain a few things to millennials, because there's far too many millennials out there that have gray hair and shit.
Most people call themselves Gen Xers, not X-Gen. Not X-Gen. He always has to do something to be creepy, to make things a little bit creepier. I noticed that with this creature. It's a real creepy creature.
That still haven't grown up enough. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm pointing something out as food for thought for them to then consider about themselves. If man is to grab hold of the reins of his destiny, his fate, and all of those things, man is going to have to mature and grow mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. And I'm sorry, fellas, if you're in your 40s and you're still playing video games, you've got to ask yourself why you're still doing those childish things. I'm not religious, but there's that biblical statement, something to the effect, was it a psalm or something? I don't know where it came from. When I was a child, I did what children do. I did childish things. And when I became a man, I put down those childish things. All of us get introduced to games, video games, as children. For me, it was Atari, ColecoVision, and things of that nature, and the infancy of Nintendo when I was a teenager, back in the late 80s, early 90s. Strange. The last time I played a video game, I was about 22 years old, maybe 23. And it was because Mech Warrior, it's that old. That game is that fucking old. And where I lived up in the tri-state area of Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey area, the cable company provided a free service. And yeah, you could play Mech Warrior by flipping the channel to the Mech Warrior or the gaming channel, selecting the game and playing it. It was in its, and anyway, so that was when I was 22 or 23 years old. I am 54, so we're talking 30 plus years ago. Okay, what's my point? When you look at the world, the lack of action. If you're a millennial, you're old enough to know that, I guess you could say, boomers probably have been some of this. You've probably heard it from X-Geners too. Scratching our fucking heads about millennials. Okay, no worries. Every generation gets what they get, and every previous generation does this. The one real thing that I've ever done this about millennials is the game thing. Now, if you're listening to me, you're smart enough to know what the world has been doing to us. If nothing more, through hearing it through me, and you have a sense. So, one of the ways to hold men back is to keep them childlike, to keep them interested and focused on childlike things, for them to occupy their time not doing things that men would do, doing things that boys would do. And when we're in a world where the men need to be men, in the face of what we're experiencing and what we have been.
This creature believes you can fix this place. He believes you can fix this place. You can't fix this. You can't fix this place.
For the last 6 years, I would put forth to you that as a millennial, that for whatever reason has a desire internally to grow, mature, evolve, become more, step into manhood and all that other shit. I'm sorry, fellas, but you're going to have to put video games down if you expect a lot of respect. And if you're in a group of other millennials that also play their video games, it's very likely that the effects, the psychological effects, the mental, emotional effects that society, social engineering, and all the other shit that the beast system is coming at us, putting into our heads, at some point it stuck you somewhere that you need to grow and evolve and mature beyond. In my opinion, in every version of masculine man that you've ever seen, for instance, as a millennial that's older than you, meaning this masculine archetype that you may have seen or witnessed. I'm sorry, were they doing childlike things? It's pointing something out about a psychological aspect of a grown man that still needs to mature, that still needs to develop. Because I think a clear distinction of the man who is fully evolved out of that childlike place is the fact that even when he's alone by himself, he's not going to be playing video games because part of that is they tried to make a lot of people dopamine junkies. He's not going to be playing video games because part of that is they tried to make a lot of people dopamine junkies, and as another means to tune out. And I won't say who it is. I actually like the channel. But there's a channel that I was watching where the motto of the channel, and I fully agree, that's why I like the channel, make masculinity great again. And I think it's a very real thing that needs to happen. But from that channel, and this is a millennial that runs the channel who has gray in his hair. I don't have that much gray in my hair, I'm lucky. And he's got gray in his beard. You can tell he's a grown-ass man. No. And he's got gray in his hair. I don't have that much gray in my hair, I'm lucky. And he's got gray in his beard. You can tell he's a grown-ass man. In his hair. I don't have that much gray in my hair, I'm lucky. And he's got gray in his beard. You can tell he's a grown-ass man. No two ways about it. He's a grown-ass man. And plays Flappy Bird on live stream and watches, and the whole millennial generation, a substantial portion, I said the whole, I take it back, a substantial portion of the millennials generation is so hooked on these fucking video games and think that somehow they can think deeply when they're zoned out playing video games, and all this shit and excuses that they tell themselves to justify this childlike addiction, this childlike action, this childlike outlet, this childlike thing. Am I being an asshole, critical piece of shit for saying it's childlike, or am I being a grown, mature man trying to communicate to other grown men that should probably see this about themselves on their journey of becoming a grown and mature man? It's not a whose dick is bigger contest. It's not a who's more masculine than anybody else. It's giving a shit about those who are behind you on the journey of developing, growing, and maturing, and pointing out a few things. And here I'm trying to do it as delicately, but as logically and rationally as possible. Look at what the fuck they've done to the generations to dumb us down and to keep people, as much as they can, underdeveloped and childlike. Come on, fellas. At what point do you stop justifying drinking the mash if you're drinking? And you stop telling yourselves the things that you were telling yourselves, and you're like, I gotta put that down. And for those who are serious about it, they exercise their will, and they stop, and they grow out of that, or they grow above that thing, the addiction to drinking, for instance. I think video games are something that men in the millennials generation, even probably for some of the Z Genners, because they're getting into their mid to late 20s now, should probably start putting down childish things and stepping into more mature, manly, masculine things, interest, hobbies, things of that nature. And I'll leave you one out so that you can have your access back to your childlike games. If you have kids and you're going to spend a little time playing with your kid. But in my humble opinion, and I'm just one asshole out of many in the world, you probably shouldn't raise your kids on video games and spend that as a quality pastime with your kids, because it's just training them on all that digital bullshit anyway, not truly cultivating them as children, as humans. Is that true, or is that me being a judgmental prick? I think it's more true, and I'm trying to, as gently and kindly, just get you to think about it. In every version of being a man that you have ever respected in your life, sorry fellas, do they play video games? If you are a man in your 40s, do you think that and you're single and hope to find some good woman, not these average pieces of trash that are out there, a good woman that can keep up with you, that's at your level, maybe a little above, maybe. Do you think that woman would look at a manly man, grown, he's a masculine man, whatever, and see somewhere where she could find safety and refuge for whatever in a man who tunes out and plays video games, finds solace, mental stimulation in video games? I know I sound like a judgmental, and I don't mean to. I'm coming at it from a perspective of masculinity and maturation and that. Masculinity and maturation. And I'll say again, when I was a child, I did what children do. When I became a man, I put down childish things. If you did not have video games, what then do you think you would do with your time? As I look at the world and see the fighting age males, millennials largely, Z-Gens, and when I complain, as I have, there's been no response in 6 years. the vast majority of the people that would be the boots on the ground are those two age ranges. And when the eldest of the millennials in this context is still at a place where a substantial portion of them still play video games, it's kind of a testament to the assault on masculinity, on men, on their psychology. And it's a testament to why we've not seen a grouping of men getting together and doing anything to right the wrongs of our world. Because, well, one reason might be because men are still playing fucking video games. I think that if you are a man on your own journey of cultivating yourself, growing yourself, chiseling yourself internally, externally, if you're chiseling yourself externally and you're all like brutish and fucking machismo, masculine, beard, big muscles and all this shit, but you still play video games, I'm sorry, something's going on there, man. And it's something that you should look at when you look at yourself to determine where you are on this scale. Not of masculinity per se, of your maturation into manhood. I think that's reasonable. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm putting it out there for grown men to think about. If you're on a journey of anything substantive, I'm sorry, gentlemen, games are not going to be a part of that. Like I said, Atari, ColecoVision, and a few other ones. I grew up with games. Although they weren't what they are today, so they probably weren't as dopamine stimulating. And I put them down. And if you get pissed at me for saying this, just remember the statement. When I was a child, I did childish things. I did what children do. When I became a man, I put down those childish things. Pretty much says it all. I'm just pointing out something that should be made more obvious to some of these people out there. For any of you that this applies to, I'm not attacking you. As an ex-gen, I'm just pointing some shit out. Do with it what you're going to. I'm not your fucking enemy because I'm saying this. I'm just pointing some shit out. Points of consideration for you, grown-ass men. Take it easy. These platforms. Our governments allow it. There's no one to take them to task. They're big corporations, and then they use people like this maggot to do this kind of shit. Keith Sorelli, I've watched and rewatched these videos a few times. What? He's doing this at Keith Sorelli. I've never used, up until basically this channel, and that was only within the last year, my name. So this maggot started trolling my channel, number one, to get subs. Then he started using my name, my real name, on YouTube. And at the time, I was over on BitChute, and I did a lot of talking about our tiny enemies of the world. And I think that he is really tied into something along those lines. I really do. And this filthy maggot, the things that he does online are reprehensible. And all he has to do is wait. All we have to do is wait for things dramatically to change on the planet. And I would bet you that people are going to actually try and seek him out and pay him a little visit. Like, you better hide under a rock, you filthy verminous parasite. You literally fit the category of the filthy parasite, because you're literally trying to get subscribers and attention and clicks and views off of my back, off of all the content that I've created. Or you wouldn't be over here, you filthy verminous parasite maggot that should have your gills ripped the fuck out, trolling my channel. And then YouTube, that's notorious for preventing people from being trolls and blocking comments. And there's so many times people will say, I left a comment and it never showed up because of all these algorithms and all this other stuff. But everything he does magically stays. Isn't that an interesting coinky-ding? I'm telling you, there's something going on where he is in cahoots with somebody at that fucking platform. There's no way that this guy gets away with doing this. Unless somehow, simply because he pays for YouTube Premium, they're just much more tolerant. I don't know. I don't know. So here he is over here. What? There's an intelligent comment. Smelly, gross. And what I'm talking about is the methodical perversions of the human perception. So with a video talking about the perversions of the human perception, back 7 years ago when I was starting to realize mind and what they were doing to the mind, going after beliefs and perceptions in the infancy of my understanding and putting all this together. We got him 9 months ago. Smelly, gross. That's an intelligent comment, man. This is the parasite that he is. This is he's gonna try to attract people over to his fucking channel off of the back of somebody else's work. And if anybody else had a channel and he was doing this stuff and he was trying to do the same thing, well, they would just flick his comments right off of their channel and he would never get any play. But since I'm such a bright light, to an extent, apparently I've had a lot of fucking subscribers come and view this content. Cattletude. Somebody over here that I don't know. What is that, a picture of Stevie? That little parasite maggot. Oh, no, it's not a picture of Stevie. Molly K. I have no idea who she is. Yeah. See, I get people coming over into this channel. This many years later? Trolling. And like, see, here he is again, 3 years ago. Hey, have you ever checked out Forever Conscious? Where's another one? So I'm going through everyone. That's a dump. What? And he probably liked his own comment. That's a dump. What? Huh? Oh, mind dump. But there's nothing intelligent here. He's just trying to get himself on the billboard of my old channel so that he can get attention and from people. This is exactly what the fuck this guy does. Where is he over here? There he is. Look at that. That was a year ago. So we've got him over here 3 years ago as a sanity machine. We've got him over here a year ago as a sanity machine. We've got him over here 9 months ago as a sanity machine. And then when you think of the things that I talk about, and you contrast a lot of it with the things that I talk about over here, and the things that I've been talking about as the rebellious meat puppet for the past, 6.5 years, 7, since this stopped. He's trying to be, but he doesn't have the substance within him. Nothing is generated or genesised from within him. They're not his own original thoughts, ideas, or any of this stuff. There's other people before he ever had a... And then there's this motherfucker. Trying to share wisdom about what I discovered about the human condition through my own lamentations, onset through betrayal, blah, 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 blah. And then there's this motherfucker. And he's been nothing but an absolute thorn in the side of every single person he's come in contact with, except maybe a few people that might be on his wavelength. But between, and I'm not for or against any of these people, but when you start thinking of the names, Jack Talcott, the Green Wizard, myself, Sideris, Nonconformist, what's that gal over in California, and a handful of others. And then he had people cycling in to tag team, for instance, people like me. Like there was that Jabba the Hutt looking bitch, Bex, that was his tag team partner, and then he turned on her. Then there was that Callie chick who was tag teaming, and then he turned on her. Both of them were like, oh, Stevie's attacking me. But it's the craziest thing, what it is, but I just find it repulsive. The behaviors that these maggots, they're not actually human. And if they are, in any category, it's a subhuman. All of them. And the fact that so many of you have come over to my channel because of that malignant piece of fucking subhuman verminous maggot is filth, I find reprehensible and repulsive, because none of you will ever learn. None of you will ever grow. None of you will ever evolve. Most of you will wind back up as space dust in entropy. Most of you aren't worthy of the breath of life that you have given, forced, whatever. Yet you find yourself over on my channel. If it wasn't for me, Stevie Boy, you really wouldn't have much, would you, when it comes to your online presence? And the strangest thing is the biggest way that you have garnered and drawn attention and attracted, for lack of a better way of putting it, anybody to you, other than what I'm illustrating here, is through your horrible, offensive behaviors, trying to inject yourself into places and spaces where, after a short period of time, everybody, for the most part, can't fucking stand you and sees you as such a vile and repugnant thing. So much so that when one does a search on YouTube for the Sanity Machine, there's a couple of dozen videos of people that are pointing out what a vile and repugnant thing, fucking asshole you are. The obviousness of the fact that you live your life online is so self-evident based off of the amount of time that you spend online, the amount of content you produce, as far as the hours and 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 hours. People have done research into you and figured certain things out, and you just gotta wonder, what's the end game for a fucking maggot like that? What's the motivation? When you start looking at the human condition, you start thinking envy, pride, toxic shit like that, and or money. Somebody's paying him. Somebody's paying him. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody like one of my brothers paid a fucking maggot like him, or somebody like Julie paid a maggot like him, or, which that could be totally not true, and it could be somewhere along the lines of I was over on BitChute talking about the tiny hats, real hardcore, the kind of taboo truths that most people don't say. And they could have wanted to be a thorn in my side and used him, the tiny, an 82. There's a handful of potential scenarios. Or, hey, I live up on the astral, that's where a lot of demonic presence is come. He's controlled or subjugated completely. And when I came back to the world, started doing my thing, apparently he found me. YouTube apparently promotes this content to the point where it's got this channel over here has got 621 subscribers. And I mean, if you look at the view counts, if I sort this by popularity, you look at the view counts, I've got more views over here on some of my videos than I do over on my own channel, where what I talk about is so much more refined and added more logic, more reason, more contemplating, and applying spiritual understanding. Oh my God, it's just so much more refined. And I feel like literally 80 to 90% of the subscribers that I've got over on YouTube are a byproduct of this Sanity Machine in some fucking way. And I don't want any of you filthy maggots on my channel. I really can't believe that this is the way this is wound up for me. Yet another example of putting forth something in this reality with the best of intentions, trying to enlighten. I feel like literally 80 to 90% of the subscribers that I've got over on YouTube are a byproduct of this Sanity Machine in some fucking way. And I don't want any of you filthy maggots on my are a byproduct of refined. And I feel like literally 80 to 90% of the subscribers that I've got over on YouTube are a byproduct of this Sanity Machine in some fucking. Literally 80 to 90% of the subscribers that I've got over on YouTube are a byproduct of this Sanity Machine in some fucking way. And I don't want any of you filthy maggots on my channel. I really refined. And I feel like literally 80 to 90% of the subscribers that I've got over on YouTube are a byproduct of this Sanity Machine in some fucking way. And I don't want any of you filthy maggots on my channel. I really can't believe that this is the way this is wound up for me. Yet another example of putting forth something in this reality with the best of intentions, trying to enlighten, teach, way show, explain, and getting back for it something that you would never ever expect. I'm telling you, my whole life has been full of getting back for what you put out with good intentions, trying to be a light, trying to be come from the heart, trying to do something beyond. That if they simply learn occult practices and do the right thing, they can bring a lot of harm on someone else who they don't even know, who's never done anything to them, just simply because they have opinions that are different and they say things that might offend them. You're literally dealing with something that should be smashed with a fucking hammer and ground into hamburger and thrown into the fucking cesspool. When you have a human that exists and operates from that place that would use dark arts and black magic against you because you say the truth, and then there's nothing to protect you from that. And if you don't have the knowledge yourself to protect yourself, I resent being put into a reality like that without the knowledge. And then knowing how many horrible, malignant people that should be literally stamped out from existence. Because if you would use that level of knowledge and then being childlike, and then like an adult stompy dance, because you did something to hurt my feelings, I don't like what he's saying. Who the fuck are you? I don't give a fuck who you are. You won't shut me up. You'll never shut me up. You'll never stop me from telling the truth. I won't stop doing that until I'm not breathing anymore. So fuck you. And fuck everything you stand for and everything you represent. You malignant, fucking, devolutionary, cancerous motherfucking tumors. You're fucking disgusting, filthy abominations. And I would say that to your fucking face and be ready to back it up if I needed to. I might be getting older, but I ain't fucking dead yet, motherfuckers. Some of the deepest boiling resentments that I have in me is that there's nothing that has come to help humans, and there's been no spiritual help for me at all whatsoever. Me going into the Amazon was a byproduct of spiritual, in some way, manipulation. Could it have been men with technology playing? The whole pretense of me going into the Amazon was because of spiritual manipulation. I'm in my fourth ceremony. I get attacked and manipulated in a ceremony that sets the stage for so much of what happened thereafter. We're not even safe and protected in shamanic ceremonies, where when you really strip it down, a human is trying to heal themselves from the damage the malignant narcissist that I was born to did. It took me until I was in my early 40s to realize I needed to heal. And then when I went to do that, I got so horribly attacked. I went into the fucking Buddhist monastery to learn the inward journey. I went to stay for 5-6 months. And my ex-girlfriend went, I got attacked by my ex-girlfriend, that filthy, malignant, narcissistic, alcoholic, fucking cognitively deficient fucking retard. I got attacked by her, mauled so horribly. When I've tried to do things for myself to learn the inward journey, so I would have the tools, I got horribly attacked and it just destroyed the whole thing. I go into the Amazon to try to heal myself from the damage these malignant maggots did to me that shit me into this world. I got so fucking horribly and brutally attacked, manipulated, and all this other shit. And then when I look at what unfolded thereafter, how the fuck do you think I'm supposed to perceive reality at this point? Huh? Waking up to what women truly are, that was an eye-opener. And I realized how cucked I was for women. I'm using that word loosely. A lot of men cuck for women, not realizing it, because they're being led by their dick or something. I have completely shifted my perspective on woman, and the value of pussy went way, way, way down in the value sphere of what's valuable to me. And then I started realizing how little women really bring to the table and have to offer. And then I started to see and realize as I look back through my life, and then other friends that I've had, men that I've known, just look at the pattern of women. They use their sexuality as bait, as a lure. They have they're emotional. Oh my God. I started to see them more as parasites or predatory type animals that were put here to entrap and ensnare man to such a large degree. There's so few good ones upon this earth. Men are the ones that create everything. Women would never have children without the seed of man, and no one would have anything upon this earth without the labor and sweat of man. We build everything. And what women have become to us, I would wipe out the whole fucking earth at this point if I could. When I see what women are to men, what women are to their own children, what fucking parents do to their kids, the spectrums are all a byproduct of parents. And the epigenetic environment that they provide for their offspring to grow in. Is that not true? That's not just my opinion. That's fucking fact. There's anomalies, but for the most part, that's the way it goes. When I tell people it's parents that put their children No one on the cluster B spectrum would be there if it wasn't for their parents. In 99% of the cases. A few situations, maybe the parents died, maybe the parents couldn't raise their kids for some reason, and some other horrible person did that to them. But for them, and in that scenario, even though it's not the parent, it's still the parental figure in the epigenetic environment of the child as it's being raised. I can't believe what humans are willing to do to their own goddamn kids. And then what humans are willing to do to each other.
Do you like this guy? Hello, everyone. Do you like this guy? Do you like this creepy creature? Do you like this creepy creature?
What humans are willing to do to their own goddamn kids. And then what humans are willing to do to each other. I don't think there's a silver lining in all of it. And the only way you'll have your own silver lining is if you disconnect from it all. Meanwhile, while you disconnected from it, it's all going on. There's nothing you can do about it, meat sack. So what do? It's really hard to go inward when all of these stressors from the external world are coming at you. It's really hard to go inward when you've got to be in survival mode, paying the bills, get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes. It's really hard to be in any of these healthy modes where you can be inflective or go in and do when you're in the positions that I was for those couple of years. When I tell you this reality and so many entities, something has come against me so fucking horribly, and who do you tell that to? I'm telling you as an intelligent, conscious, awake, I'm not delusional, I'm not irrational. This reality, something in this reality has come against me. When I look back at the entirety of my life, it's like almost I've suffered a generational curse of some sort. I didn't do anything. I was just born into a bloodline. And I've had to live a life that suffered the byproduct of the generations before me. And then I was born to two narcissists. So what does that say about the generations before me? Like, I'm resentful for being given life in this reality based off of so many things that I've figured out for myself as an awake, conscious adult. Or awake, conscious human being. I want to know what put me here. I want to know why they sent me through the fucking ball sack and out the wretched gash of the fucking vile, narcissistic demon cunt that shit me into this world. And the vile, narcissistic grandparents that I had. They were such horrible people. My other grandfather wasn't terrible, but he raised a narcissistic son, so what does that say? That shit me into this world. And the vile, narcissistic I want to know why they sent me through the fucking ball sack and out the wretched gash of the fucking vile, narcissistic demon cunt that shit me into this world. And the vile, narcissistic grandparents that I had. They were such horrible people. My other grandfather wasn't terrible, but he raised a narcissistic son, so what does that say about him? Humans stopped caring about their offspring. They stopped caring about each other. Meanwhile, evil's just raping the human perception, the human mind, and humans are too stupid and ignorant to see where it's coming from, how it's being done to them, or who the fuck the enemy is. That makes all kinds of sense. You wake up in a reality, you become conscious in a reality that when you wake up to it, you realize it's more like a living nightmare. Oh, and they show us movies of living nightmares. What was that one with that guy from DiCaprio, that dream state? They show you reality's much different than you think it is. Meanwhile, we're all just here to experience it being manipulated, and nothing wants to give us the truth. That makes all kinds of sense. That makes all kinds of sense. That we're being so horribly manipulated in a reality where there's no spirit forces, no alien forces, no God forces, no any of the things that you would think, based off the beliefs they've pumped into our head, that comes to give us answers about any of the things that are making us crazy for those of us who are waking up. Nothing. Nothing. They hate and disdain us to the point where it's satisfying to them to watch us lament because they are sadistic. It was psychopathic, sociopathic. They could watch you die and feel nothing for you. They could watch most of us die, feel nothing for us. There's nothing to help us. Nothing. That's the way it is. I'm not out of my mind or no, that's the truth. That's the hardcore truth that you have to figure out for your fucking self. And then once you figure it out and you reconcile all that in your head and you've come back to something that resembles balance, then what the fuck do you do? Oh, reality's an awful lot different than I thought it was. Now how do I redirect life and what I'm going to do with it amidst this newfound truth of what the reality really fucking is? I mean, I'm in a reality where every aspect of it is turned against the straight white male. The straight white moral male that's capable of seeing evil and pointing it out. Seeing perversion or that which is reprehensible or repugnant to sentient life. You become public enemy number one. Don't be the smartest person in a room full of stupid people. Don't be the smartest person in a room full of stupid people. Don't be the fucking most moral person in a room full of fucking evil, malignant pieces of fucking cancerous shit that would do horrible things to other human beings, all the way up to or down to children. Don't be the guy that has a moral compass. Don't be the light amidst a sea of dim wits that have no light within them, that are not lights. I shouldn't have to exist in a reality with people like that, let alone be attacked by these vile fucking subhuman filthy animals. You ever see the puff adder? You ever see the way they walk as they slither? That's the way most of you should be, belly crawling, slithering, just like the puff adder. Most of you are toxic like the puff adder. That's why I avoid most of you like the fucking plague. "17 people. Is it really 17 people, or is it one troll with a whole bunch of accounts that, like, I don't really care. You fucking people, most of you are so fucking beneath me, and you know it, and then it bothers you when I say that. Then you try and point the fact that I say that and make it about me and my ego. No, you're just lesser beings. You're inferior beings. You'll never be more than you were born to be, born as. If you're somebody that was born to be something more and your parents did that thing to you and it stunted or stifled you, I'm sorry for you for that. I really am. I don't want to be on the receiving end of the attacks from those types of people when I say how malignant they fucking are, because they are. And we shouldn't have to deal with them. I shouldn't. There should be a caste system. But we don't have that. Well, we do, but it's wildly inverted and horribly ill or misarranged. The psychopath is on the top. They should be on the bottom. They should be on the bottom. Anyway. So I realized today, no, I didn't. I put that comment up. You know, I realized I'm racist, but a healthy racist. I don't hate someone because of the color of their skin. That's stupid on its face, but I'm still racist. And my racism isn't a byproduct of, I care about the color of your skin. I care about the content of your character and your behavioral fucking patterns. And if amongst the different groups of us, I see behavioral patterns that are fucking primitive, that are not to the standard of my white Western culture, yeah, I'm probably going to be racist. To an extent that will have me avoid you, not want to engage with you. If I do have to, it's going to be for a limited time. Other than that, I'm going to be with myself, be with my own, seek to connect with my own, and those types of healthy things. So I'm a healthy racist. I'm also homophobic, xenophobic, pedophobic, all these other fucking phobias. I'm trying to put in all those words. These are all these hot button labels. Oh, you're a transphobe. Yes, I am. I'm a homophobe. I'm a xenophobe. I'm a fucking pedophobe. Yeah, I'm all those phobes. And that makes me awake, conscious, highly discerning, judgmental to a degree where I judge that which I find evil, abhorrent, and repugnant. I'm xenophobic in as much as I don't want all those people in my country. Go back to your own fucking countries, live, develop your own fucking countries, learn from us what you can, and go the fuck home. That's my perspective. Xenophobic. I don't hate foreigners, but I don't want them fucking living in my country, living in my culture, destroying and eroding all that we've built. That's what these Jews have done to us by causing all of this. All of these problems that we have, these are the symptoms, and people are going to stay focused on the symptoms. When you're smart enough, intelligent enough, you put enough work in like I have, and others, there are others, you start realizing who are the roots of our problems. And it's going to tie back to these Jews. Look at what they're doing for the whole world. Look at what they've been doing. Look at what they've been doing. Look at what they've been doing. If you're not willing to educate yourself, then you're a dumb animal. And I could watch you perish and be glad you were gone when it was over. I would spectator sport you perishing if you fit that category. I'm tired of living with you dumb fucking animals. You insignificant, lower life forms, subhuman, uneducated goddamn fools that can be handed a plate full of truth and look at it and find no value in it and use it. I could. Doesn't make me a bad person. Doesn't make me evil. Doesn't make me immoral. I'm so goddamn sick and tired of the toxic cesspool level of shit. And I recognize all these phobias. Xenophobe, homophobe, transphobe, this phobe, that phobe, racism. I'm also an anti-Semite. I'm all those labels. Yep. And I think that makes me very, very healthy, very rational. I'm sorry, now I'm looking at comments again. You'll notice I don't stare at comments because I'm in my head in a train of thought. And since most comments are useless, I don't really stare at them. But occasionally I do, and occasionally there's some good ones that come in. And I'm looking now. Sounds like my life. Something I was saying about probably the reversal of everything. Somebody else saying, how's it going? It's going. It's going. I'm doing much better. Much better. Like, so much better, it's awesome. It's been so much better. I've actually been able to break out my books again, start studying again, start certain practices again, because I have the stability that I need to do such things. I've been, even though I don't necessarily believe in them, there's certain rituals that I used to practice on a daily basis to banish and to ward and all that stuff. Been getting back into that, noticing as I do that more, my energy kind of coming back to me, and my mind.
I'm going to drop a link in the chat room for this.
Mindset is.
It's a good case study studying a narcissistic demon. There's the link in the chat. It's a good case study of a narcissistic demon, a psycho, a creepy creepy creature, a creepy creature, creepy creature. This is from my Esoterica series. How could this be a hell realm? Been live now for a little over 2 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Hell realm? What do you mean? What are you talking about, man? How could this be a hell realm when there's beauty? There's clouds, there's lightning, there's nature, there's grass and flowers and trees. Hell realm? What are you talking about, man? How could this be a hell realm? How could this be a place of demons and suffering and pain and evil and lies and deceptions and narcissists and borderline personality types and psychopaths and sociopaths and all types and manners, demonic creatures, entities, systems designed to enslave and harm? Hell realm? What are you talking about, man? Wouldn't there have to be billboards up advertising it as a hell realm with evil demons on them, showing that this is a hell realm in plain sight, showing you all the time the way Hollywood does and the way they do at the Olympics and Super Bowl, when they do the opening ceremonies at the Olympics and the halftime show at the Super Bowl, lots of other places as well. Hell realm? Hell realm? Wouldn't there have to be giant billboards showing you how evil it is here? How there's demons here? How there's dark occult followers here? Dark magicians, dark sorcerers, entities, things that are not quite human that they worship, demonic influences. Wouldn't they just have to show you everywhere? But do they? Maybe they do. Maybe they do have billboards advertising shit that's harmful. Maybe they have ads on television that way. Maybe they have that in shows and TV shows and halftime shows, football games, and maybe they show it in the movies, in Hollywood movies. Maybe they do show you. Maybe they do. Maybe it's in the advertisements. Billboards, magazines, TV commercials. Hell realm? What are you talking about, man? Wouldn't the Illuminati have to be doing rituals in plain sight? With flames and torches? Pyramids everywhere? Maybe even put some pyramids on your money, on your dollar bills? Hell realm? What the fuck are you guys talking about, man? What are you talking about? We had motorcycles and chewing tobacco, and we went out into the country with rifles and went target shooting. It was wonderful. I'd live that timeline again. It was wonderful. Hell realm? Are you saying there's dark forces that control this realm? How could I be blind to that? Hell realm? How's that possible? Are you saying your life sucks? Are you saying your life is horrible and you're struggling, you don't have much money, or you're poor? Well, that's you, man. That's not the realm. Hell realm? It must just be you. Look at the energy in this image here. Look at that. That's sorcery. Look at that. But what's he opposed to? Maybe he's opposing evil. Maybe they try to paint him as the bad guy and he's opposed to evil. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe evil tries to fool you. Maybe evil tries to trick you, confuse you, deceive you. Hell realm? Wouldn't it all have to be in flames all the time? Wouldn't all the cities have to be burning down on fire the way that Chicago burned multiple times? And San Francisco and Toronto and other places as well. They just come to mind. These great fires, huge fires that burned whole cities. Hell realm? Wouldn't we just have to be on fire and flames all the time? Maybe bombs falling and destroying, like in Gaza, when they bomb the shit out of Gaza. Hell realm? Well, I'm not in Gaza. I'm not in Gaza, man. I'm not over there. Why would what's happening there affect me? Wait, are we in the same realm? Are we in the same realm as Gaza? Are we in the same realm as people that got burned alive in Dresden, Germany during World War II? Are we in the same realm where there's firebombs used? And these days, I think it's called phosphorus bombs. Look at this. Explosions, fire. Beautiful hell realm, isn't it? Beautiful. Just beautiful. The glory of this, the glory of glories. Hell realm. How could this be a hell realm if I'm not suffering right now, this very second? If my skin's not being burned, how could this be a hell realm? How could it be? But imagine all the suffering in this earth, on this earth, all at once. If you added it all up, all of the combined suffering that living creatures are going through right now, added it all up. Hell realm. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? How many people get struck by lightning a year? Do you think that's painful? Do you think they feel some pain being struck by lightning? Why is it designed that way? Why wouldn't humans be designed so that they're immune, so that lightning couldn't strike them if indeed this place needed lightning for some reason, needed the lightning to exist? Hell realm. In this stormy place? How could it be? How could it be? If your life is good at this moment, if right this moment, if you have a job, you have a house, a nice house, you own it or you rent it or you have a mortgage, you have a mortgage on it, you have a wife and some kids, and you're doing everything that's normal that you think is normal, hell realm, how could it be? How could it be? You pay your taxes, right? This couldn't be a hell realm. You pay your government tax, right? Do you pay some property tax and some income tax? How could this be a hell realm? It's beautiful. Look at the beautiful thunderstorm here. Lightning. Beautiful. You just don't want to get struck by that lightning. Right? What's this here? These look like monks over a little fire. Are they chanting? Are they praying? What are they up to? What are they up to in Hell Realm? I'm going to keep calling it Hell Realm, by the way. You notice that pattern there? I'm not going to stop calling it Hell Realm. I'm just going to keep going and going and going. And they can try to mock me and say, he calls it a Hell Realm. What's wrong with them here? Why are they so short? It's almost like they're missing their legs. What's going on here? Are they hobbits? They don't quite look like midgets, but they don't quite look human. They have torches. What's going on with this image? Hobbit monks, maybe? What's going on in Hell Realm? What's going on here in Hell Realm? Proportions are all wrong. They're stubby. They're stumpy. They look like certain YouTubers. They really do. They look like certain YouTubers. They're all out of proportion. They're deformed. Deformed monks. Maybe that's why I kept these images. Put them in here. Hell Realm.
The King. The King. The Raven King is here. Come the dark days. Watch the hammer fall. Shadow spiral, worlds collapse. It's against them all. Another door step in. Feel the air go thin. Another win or lose. It's me or you. It's me or you. Through the dark night, rise to the sound. Push it harder, no compromise. I am Viking strong, Viking strong power, Viking strong power, Viking strong power. Bring the thunder. I am Viking strong power, Viking strong power, Viking strong power. Strike 'em down now.
Viking strong. Viking strong. Power. Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is Viking Jesus. Viking Jesus. Reach out and touch faith. Your own personal Viking Jesus. There he is. I want you to be Viking strong. That's the message. Viking strong. Don't be a space cadet. Don't be a space cadet like NASA. NASSholes. Never a straight answer. NASA stands for never a straight answer. And that's the way demons are. They never give a straight answer. They always dodge. They always misunderstand. They always intentionally confuse things, misconstrue things. They're entitled. They have an entitlement complex. They share a lot of similar traits. Daemon. Here's a definition for a daemon. In ancient Greek belief, a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. A daemon, an inner or attendant spirit of inspiring force, an inspiring force, a daemon. There's mailer daemons used today. They've been used since the early World Wide Web and email services such as Yahoo Mail, etc. Daemons, mailer daemons. They are an attendant spirit. I'm trying to teach you something. Some on YouTube believe that I've made up the word daemon the way I say it. And I've been trying to teach you things all along, but a lot of people come to my channel with a big ego and a big entitlement complex, demonic, of or resembling or characteristic of demons or evil spirits, demonic possession. Slightly different from daemon or daemonic. It's not quite the same thing. Devilish. Diabolic, diabolical, demoniacal, okay? Fiercely, energetic, or frenzied. Demonic creation, creating like a demon, writing like a mad demon, making videos like a mad demon. It's not necessarily evil. Gaslight, to manipulate someone using psychological methods into questioning their own sanity. I would disagree with the sanity part, but memory or powers of reasoning. Gaslighting is demonic. To gaslight someone, it's demonic. To try to warp them into believing that they're at fault, that they're doing something that they're not doing. Try to make them have false memories. It's demonic to do that. Gaslighting. If someone cares for you, it's demonic to try to force them or make them or manipulate them to believe that they're not. If they've never abandoned you, a lot of borderlines try to manipulate people to believe that they've abandoned you when they're standing right there. For example, my channels are still up. I haven't taken them down. I haven't abandoned you, my viewers, or my moderators at all. My emails are still up. I don't check them every day or every hour, as I've told people for years. Days can go by, sometimes a whole week or more. But if something's important, you can always say during my live streams, hey, Stephen, I sent you an email. Did you get it? Or it's important. Could you please take a look, check your email, please? Don't try to force me to check it every 10 minutes of the day. But if you have something, and there were people that did that early on with my channel, and I had to let them go. They tried to keep telling me all day long, check your email, check your email, check. And I'm not going to be bossed around and controlled. I won't be. Gaslighting is part of people's trying to control someone else, a means of control. Wave goodbye on their way to the recycling center. Wave goodbye. Wave goodbye. You can't control me through gaslighting. You can't lie to me saying you abandoned me or you abandoned us. No, I haven't. I'm right here. It reminds me of crazy women yelling and screaming at their boyfriend. You abandoned me. Well, they're right there. And the cops show up and they're like, what is she talking about? I haven't abandoned anyone on here in reality. That's gaslighting. That's a lie. All right, everyone. I'm going to shift gears to something else here. I found this earlier. Check this out.
A couple weeks ago, I set up this jar using nothing but water and mud from a rain puddle. That's it, nothing more added. At first it was just a cloudy mess, so I sealed it up and left it alone for over 2 weeks. Today, I opened it for the first time, and what I found honestly blew me away. This jar isn't just alive, it's packed with insects, bizarre little creatures, all doing things that seem almost unreal. There are even ruthless predators in here, hunters that wipe out prey the second they get a chance. But to understand how we got here, let's rewind to day 1. Back then, this ecosystem was just mud and water in a jar.
Even in a jar full of muddy water from a puddle, there's predators and prey at every level of this hell realm. Even if you gather some muddy puddle water in a jar, there are predators and prey everywhere in this realm.
In here, hunters that wipe out prey the second they get a chance. But to understand how we got here, let's rewind to day 1. Back then, this ecosystem was just mud and water in a jar. But don't let the simplicity fool you. Life was already in motion. Aquatic beetles clung to a twig, worms started creeping out of the darkness, the water stayed completely opaque for days. It wasn't until around day 15 that it finally cleared enough to show what had been hiding inside. Now it's crystal clear. You can see straight through it. And everywhere you look, microorganisms are swimming. Literally thousands of them. The amount of life crammed into this jar is unreal. The first thing that grabbed my attention was a group of insects that looked almost out of place. These are diving beetles. They're
Everything is eating everything else. So chances are, if you walk through a puddle of muddy water, this is some of what could be in it. Not necessarily exactly the same thing, but things like this. So I know some people, especially religious people, would say something akin to, well, hey, Stephen, our creator's amazing. It creates all this life. But all of this is eating each other. Right down to the smallest of the smallest in this is eating or being eaten. That's the design of your wonderful creator of this realm. Everything eats everything else. Eats it alive in most cases. It's not wonderful? Well, until you're being eaten, then you wouldn't like it too much. See, that's what they don't mention. They'll just say, well, look at all the life God created, our creator. Well, everything's eating everything else. It's a feeding frenzy. Even in a jar.
nightmare to film because they move so fast. These are diving beetles. They're a nightmare to film because they move so fast. But what makes them really fascinating is how they breathe underwater. See that bubble at the tip of its abdomen? That's its air tank. It surfaces for a quick gulp of air, traps it under its wing covers, and carries that bubble down so it can breathe while it hunts. Simple, efficient, and incredibly effective. And they're not the only aquatic beetles in here. Up at the surface, there's a larger species clinging to anything it can, like that tiny piece of wood. That's when I realized something was wrong. This species can breathe underwater, but it can't actually swim. It needs something to hold on to. If I did nothing, it would eventually drown. So I added a branch that reached all the way down toward the bottom. It worked instantly. Within seconds, the beetles grabbed the wood and started climbing down into the depths, searching for food. This might be the most densely populated jar I've ever made. The second I turn on the light, a swarm of tiny animals rushes upward. The most common by far are copepods. These little crustaceans are basically the foundation of the whole food web. Almost everything else in here depends on them. Those small sacs you see near the bottom, those are egg clusters. The females carry the eggs until they're ready to hatch, then release them into the water. But there's something even smaller, and even more abundant than copepods. See that pale, floating cloud? Wondering what that is? Those are rotifers. Compare one to a copepod. They're microscopic. They're easily the smallest organisms my camera can reliably capture. If a single drop of this water went under a microscope, who knows what else we'd find. There's no way to document every species living in here. You've got flatworms like these. I don't think they're planarians, but they glide across the glass in a similar way. At one point, I spotted 3 together.
Now, I'm going to say something that most people don't ever think of, and it has blown people's minds. Everything in there is hungry. Well, how do you know, Stephen? Some people would say. Well, it's all searching for food. Do you search for food when you're not hungry? Are you out looking for food on the ground when you're not hungry? Or looking for it in water, in a pond? They don't know they're in a jar. They just know that they're in water. They're in their ecosystem. But they're all looking to eat something that they can eat. That's not my design. I didn't think this up. I didn't create this. Now, there are YouTubers like Jeremy and others that want to blame us for all the evil that's created here, and entities and everything else claiming we created it. I didn't create this. Everything in this realm, right down to the tiniest, suffers, gets eaten, experiences hunger, the drive to get nourishment, get food. It might not experience it exactly the same way as a human being, but it still experiences it. I show this trying to show you what realm you're in. And there are hit pieces claiming, oh, he does all these long live streams. I do lots of live streams, and I've taught a lot in this realm that you can't buy at any universities on earth, anywhere. There's a lot of envious pricks out there and envious twats. They want to believe that they have superpowers in this realm. And they behave like envious slaves. They fool themselves. They lie to themselves all the time. They lie about me. They try to smear campaign me. In the end, I will be dealing with them spiritually. I don't care what labels they put on themselves. That doesn't scare me at all. I know they're weaklings. They have to lie about me in this realm.
Apparently, they don't mind sharing space. Clinging to the glass, you can also see an aquatic mite moving slowly along. And around it are colonies of strange white dots. In a minute, you'll see exactly what that is, and how it can throw the whole jar out of the balance. Let's head deeper. One of the most common animals here is impossible to miss: ostracods. These tiny crustaceans are everywhere. Think of them like mini clams that can swim, sealed inside a little shell while they filter the water for food. They'll happily eat rotifers and other microorganisms. But something stood out right away. A lot of ostracods have a white growth attached to their shells.
Everything is eating everything else. And that will change your perspective when that really sinks in to your spirit. You realize you're in a realm where everything is eating something else. Everything. Everything. And you realize it was designed that way. And then you realize it didn't have to be designed that way. It's designed to be cruel and to create suffering and death, pain, suffering, cruelty, death. And then some of you that there are some that come to my channel that actually believe in evolution. You think you were fucking apes. Oh, everything's eating everything else. You want to explain it away with your Freemasonic bullshit mainstream scientism. There's a lot of you that are programmed in this realm. And I wish I could say it so that it just replayed in your mind. I can't help you. I've tried to deprogram you, but nothing works on most of you in this realm. Most people arrive on my channel with programming all the way through, and they're wearing backpacks loaded with heavy programming, and they've got heavy programming weights in each hand that they're carrying around, and they're just loaded down with programming. And I say, can you drop the programming and open your mind and listen to what I'm saying and consider it? And they don't do it. That's what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a realm full of fucking slaves that hang on to their programming. And does that help you in the end? No. You sabotage yourself. It hurts you in the end. You don't want help, most of you. You prefer to listen to the programming of this realm, because I can show you evidence day in, day out of what happens in this realm and what this realm is. I've proven what this place is.
And small snails like these are completely coated too. Actually, almost everything is coated. The glass, the corners, pretty much the entire jar. That white layer is Vorticella. It's a touch-sensitive protozoan. Watch what happens the moment something brushes it. It snaps back instantly. When it spreads, it can become a real problem. It restricts movement, and it can even interfere with breathing. The good news is some ostracods are grazing on it, so what you're seeing is a constant tug of war just to stay alive. This jar isn't only made up of tiny drifting specks. Next to them, some creatures are huge, like this aquatic worm sliding across the glass, bulldozing through the Vorticella like an icebreaker through sea ice. So where did these larger worms come from? And why didn't I notice them earlier? Because under the mud, there's a whole different world. These are tunnels built by worms and larvae for shelter and feeding. They're made from sediment and the remains of dead organisms.
There's a bloodworm. They all have the will or the instinct to survive. That's programmed into them as it is programmed into you. A lot of people on YouTube have been saying that my channel is useless. All sorts of things, saying that I'm an agent of the Matrix, that I'm programming you to feel disempowered and depressed and all sorts of things. This realm is designed to mindfuck you and keep you here. I'm trying to help you get out of here. But I know how far gone most beings are in this realm. They're so far gone. Not because I want it that way. They just are that way.
Some larvae anchor themselves to the glass near the surface, waiting to finish transforming into mosquitoes. It's a risky stage. They have to expose themselves. This worm knows leaving its tunnel is dangerous, and that decision is about to cost it everything. In every ecosystem on Earth, animals eat other animals, and at the top, there's always a top predator. In this jar, that title goes to this larva. It's the deadliest hunter in here. Anything that moves in front of it can become food. Ostracods are an easy snack, though their shells make them tricky to handle. And those jaws don't just grab, they inject venom that paralyzes the victim. But it knows there are better meals than ostracods.
It's designed to inject venom to paralyze. Designed that way. So even on the smallest level, there's killing going on. There's predation. We're in a predatory realm. Most people don't want to see it that way. They want to see nature good, Mother Nature good, Gaia good, as they all talk about all over YouTube. They don't show you this and explain what's going on. Life eats life. And my question to you is why? Why is it set up this way?
It won't take long to find one. The moment it locates the first tunnel, it understands exactly what it means. A high-protein meal is hiding inside. It tries to force its way in, but it can't fit. The worm inside senses trouble and slowly peeks out. Then something weird happens. An ostracod lands right on the predator's tail. It's almost like pure luck, a split-second distraction that gives the worm an opening. The worm starts digging a backup exit. But the predator isn't giving up that easily. It flicks off the ostracod and waits, completely still, for the worm to show itself again. After a long, tense pause, it happens. The instant the worm emerges, the larva strikes. It yanks the worm away from the tunnel so there's no way back. At that point, there's nothing the worm can do. It can only endure as it's eaten alive. In the end, all that's left is an empty husk. It can only endure as it's eaten alive. In the end, all that's left is an empty husk. And this predator isn't alone. More of them patrol the jar. If you were a worm in here, this would be the worst place possible. Hunters everywhere, ready to grab you the moment you slip up. This little jar is a world of its own. Thousands of living things interacting, each filling a role. Together, they create a self-sustaining ecosystem. The craziest part is where it all came from. A simple rain puddle in a parking lot. Just days later, the sun dried it out completely. That entire world disappeared overnight. Except for this tiny piece of it, sealed inside the jar. It's a reminder of how fast life can come and go in these temporary ecosystems. If you enjoyed this video, you'll probably like the next one too, where I made a similar jar using swamp mud, a completely different set of 2 months ago, I set up this jar using nothing but mud and water from a swampy area in the forest. Within days, tiny critters began to appear, some I had never seen before. All kinds of worms, larvae, and others I still can't even identify. Then I sealed it and left it sitting on a shelf for more than 60 days. Today I opened it for the first time. What I found inside left me speechless. The jar isn't just alive. It has turned into a dense forest with new animals that weren't there at the beginning, even voracious predators. But to understand how this happened, let's go back to day 1. This jar is a pretty special little biome. 2 ecosystems in one. A muddy shoreline up top and a fully aquatic, swampy zone below. From the outside it looks calm and green, but the moment you actually look closely, you start spotting life everywhere. The first thing that grabbed my attention was this one right here. It keeps trying to climb the leaf, but every time it hits the glass, it slips and drops. Looks like a female earwig. After failing a few times, it finally gave up and just flew off. And once you start scanning the glass, you realize there's way more going on. Tucked into the algae, I found this tiny little guy. My guess is a springtail. one of the usual suspects in forest soil. It needs to watch out because it's definitely not alone in here. Like any natural system, balance means predators. The main hunter in this jar is this young spider. I don't know the species yet, so we'll see what it grows into. For now, it's patrolling its new territory, checking every corner. It's only a matter of time before something walks right into its web. Right at the line between water and mud, you can also see larvae like this one, crawling along and searching for food. These can handle both water and wet mud. In a few days, it'll likely turn into some kind of small gnat or mosquito. And if we go deeper, things get even weirder, in a good way. Aquatic insects start showing up. On the surface of the little swamp inside the jar, there's this worm. I can't confidently ID it. It's a lot thicker than the earlier one, but that's not even the biggest. This black one looks totally motionless, but it's alive. Once it's underwater and I speed up the footage, you can see it slowly moves. Down in the fully submerged area, there are more worms like these detritivores that are super common in still water loaded with decaying organic matter. But it's not just worms. In just a couple inches of water in that swampy zone, you start seeing tiny, strange creatures. Like this one moving in spirals. They're incredibly small. They look like rotifers. And then there's this one, moving pretty fast. It looks like a planarian, just smaller than the ones I usually find in other jars. So we'll give it time. A week later, a bunch of species showed up that I didn't notice at all in the first few days. Different springtails are hiding among the plants. Some are darker and slower, like this one. Others are yellow and hyperactive, constantly cruising around looking for food. They matter for a reason. They eat mold and fungi, which helps keep the plants from rotting. Trust me, mold can turn into a real problem in a sealed world like this. Some leaves were already starting to show mold, but this is an experiment, so I'm not stepping in. We'll let it play out. On the glass, I found this creepy-looking larva. It was so big and chunky that I could actually see movement inside its body as it fed. It's fascinating. And speaking of larvae, remember the little ones from the beginning? They finally left the water, completed their metamorphosis, leaving behind nothing but a shell. They turned into mosquitoes/gnats. But they didn't have much of a future in here. Some got stuck to the glass, and others were basically guaranteed to become food, because by now, the spider was ready. It had time to settle in, and sooner or later, something was going to get caught.
Testing. The spider has its web set up. The trap is set. The trap is set. Not just by the spider on the screen. I'm not even laughing about that. I'm thinking about something else when I say that the web and the trap is set. The trap is set here for demons. They're going to be in a web that they'll never get out of. They're going to be in a spider's web they'll never get out of. Never. They're going to be eating each other alive.
Down in the bottom of the container, inside the substrate, little tunnels started showing up in the soil. Inside the water, things were developing too. If you look closely, you'll spot familiar stuff, like this larva. Nothing new there. More tiny swimmers show up too. More rotifers. But what really stood out was this white layer that formed. Dirt, plant debris. Here's the thing about sealed ecosystems. Everything depends on scale. This larva looks small, but compared to the rotifers, it's a giant. And they in turn are huge next to that white cloud, which is basically a bloom of microorganisms, tiny life drifting, vibrating, and pulsing through the water. And yeah, I honestly don't know exactly what they are. If you've seen something like this, drop a comment, tell me what you think. The system wasn't only changing in terms of animals, the plants were taking off too. The small plants, the bright green moss, and the stem plants were already reaching toward the top. Without opening it even once, it's time to set it on a shelf, leave it alone, and let time do what it does in this little world. More than 2 months later, the landscape had completely changed. Plants had taken over almost all the open space. Even from above, you could see leaves pressed up against the lid. The moss didn't explode the way the other plants did, but it still grew and spread into new areas. A lot of the original species were still around, but new ones showed up too. Crawling along the wall, you can see worms, specifically aquatic worms that thrive in water rich in organic matter. They don't seem to like the light much, because the second I turn it on, they rush back down toward the water. Mixed in with the springtails, there's this white one, super active, constantly racing across the glass. Wherever you look, there are hundreds of microorganisms you'd never be able to identify without a microscope, but they're there, and they're part of the balance. Some plants are showing more fungus now, partly because flowers have been dying back over time, and partly because certain leaves have been hit by this outbreak. It's not the end of the world yet, but it is a threat. If it gets out of control, it could wipe out a lot, turn this place into something that's hard for anything to live in. We're not there yet, so I'm going to let it keep evolving on its own. Continuing with the new animals that have shown up, I found these worms in the aquatic zone. They look like tiny leeches, and honestly, it kind of freaks me out to think about putting my hand in there. And our predator is still keeping this whole jar on edge. I don't spot it that often, but this time I got lucky. When I turned on the light, it was right there on the glass, front and center. It's wild how much life can be hiding in a little bit of forest mud and water. What looks like worthless muck to us is an entire universe to these creatures. And the closer we look, the more we find. In a few months, I'll make another update video. I hope you enjoyed this experiment as much as I did. If you want to keep watching, here's another jar I made. This time, marine. I only grabbed. A few weeks ago, I set up this jar using nothing but stones, sand, seaweed, and seawater. I didn't add anything else. Within just a few hours, strange creatures I'd never seen before started showing up. Insects, crustaceans, worms, even some things I still can't identify. I left the jar alone for weeks without even looking at it. But today, when I turned on the light for the first time in a long time, what I found completely stunned me. Not only is the jar still alive, giant, eerie creatures have appeared, becoming the top predators of this tiny world. But let's go back to where it all started, the ocean. To create the jar, I chose a spot far from the city, looking for the cleanest water I could find. Rocky areas usually have the most life, so that's where I began. I squeezed myself between the rocks and collected some sand and stones from the bottom, in a place with heavy waves, as you can see. These rocks are home to lots of marine life. Mussels, periwinkles, limpets. I also collected materials from other areas to increase biodiversity. One of the most important parts of creating a self-sustaining jar is adding seaweed. I scraped off a bit of this green algae and added it to the container. I also walked along the shore, picking up other species the tide had washed up. Finally, I filled the jar with seawater and went home. I couldn't wait to see what was living inside. But what appeared completely exceeded my expectations. The explosion of life I discovered shattered any idea I previously had. The moment I saw it under the light, I was mesmerized by the beauty of what was in front of me. I never imagined I could create such a complex world inside a container this small. The seaweed and rocks had formed a sort of miniature reef, full of colors and tiny movements. The first thing that caught my attention was a large snail racing along the glass. This is a turban snail, an herbivore that grazes on algae growing over the rocks. It's even eaten in some places, though personally I can't imagine eating one of these. On top of the bigger snail, there's almost always a smaller one riding along, the common periwinkle. This species is incredibly hardy. It can survive out of the water for hours by sealing its opening to keep moisture inside. If we keep looking for snails, we find the smallest one of all, the Rissoa snail. It's not young. It simply never grows larger than about 3 millimeters. And yet, it plays a crucial role by feeding on microalgae and organic debris. There are dozens of these snails crawling around the jar. No matter where I look, I always find at least one. Even though they're tiny, I need to make sure they don't become a pest species. Sticking to the glass, the next creature that caught my eye was something really unusual. Its shape is strange, with an accordion-like structure on its lower side. It took me a long time to identify it, and I'm still not completely sure, but from what I've read, it might be a polychaete larva or something similar. Its body looks like something out of a science fiction movie, fascinating and a bit unsettling. At one point, it even grabbed onto this mussel and wouldn't let go. I don't know what it was trying to do. Maybe it was just coincidence, or maybe it was actually trying to feed on it. Later I found out that some individuals of this same species live under the sand, digging small tunnels where they hide and feed. When it finishes its larval stage, it will transform into, who knows, maybe an isopod, maybe a tiny crab. Eventually, we'll find out. As we move down the jar, that's where the real safari of strange creatures begins. Moving through the algae, I saw something long and slender. I had no idea what it was or how big it could get. As you can see, it camouflages extremely well among the algae and sediment, thanks to its reddish, almost transparent color. It turned out to be an amphipod, specifically a caprellid, also known as a skeleton shrimp. These animals can change the way they feed depending on the environment. They can graze, filter feed, or scavenge, depending on what's available. From the same family, we also have scuds. They're extremely sensitive to oxygen levels and pollution, so in this jar they'll act as bioindicators. If I start seeing them die, I'll know something's wrong. They're scavengers and don't miss an opportunity. You can see them feeding on dead algae or even eating other individuals of their own species, like you see here. Nature doesn't waste anything. At the very bottom of the jar, I found something I didn't expect. It was tiny and hard to spot, but incredible. A crab larva. Some crab larvae look almost identical to adults, just transparent and miniature. This one can't be more than 1 millimeter long. Hopefully it survives and grows inside the jar so that I can release it once it's big enough. Continuing with the creatures at the bottom, I found this limpet, the only one I've seen so far, and the largest mollusk in the jar. In the ocean they look motionless, but that's far from true. They actually move across rocks grazing algae. The most curious thing is that they have a natural GPS that lets them return to the same exact spot after wandering around. Another interesting invertebrate I found is this marine isopod, often called a sea pillbug. Just like their land relatives, they can roll into a ball when they feel threatened. They're very important to the ecosystem because they feed on plant debris and the biofilm that coats surfaces. None of this life could exist without the algae, which are the foundation of this jar. They don't just add color and beauty, they absorb waste and excess nutrients and produce oxygen through photosynthesis. Their dead parts feed much of the microfauna, and they provide shelter as well. Without them, none of these creatures would have ended up in the jar. It's amazing how much life can hide in just a handful of seaweed washed ashore. Mixed in with the algae came another of the jar's most abundant mollusks. Mussels. They're fascinating for many reasons, and you can see several of them right here. You might wonder how mussels form colonies. Do they just appear there? To my surprise, mussels can actually move. They have a muscular foot they use to grip surfaces and slowly crawl until they find the perfect spot. Once they choose a place, they attach themselves using incredibly strong threads called byssal threads, similar to spider silk. These threads anchor them to rocks, seaweed, or even to other mussels. Because of this ability, I see them crawling all over the jar, and there are quite a lot of them. Even though they're small, they consume a lot of oxygen and are sensitive to low levels. So, just like the Gamurus, they'll act as bioindicators if water quality starts to drop. But I'll also have to keep an eye on their population if I want the jar to work long term. Another interesting thing about mussels is how they feed. They're filter feeders. A single adult mussel can filter liters of water per day. And what exactly are they filtering? Plankton. You might be wondering, this jar is closed and still, is there really plankton in there? The best answer is an image. If we look at the bottom, you can see hundreds of tiny moving dots. That's plankton. It's not one single species, but thousands of microscopic organisms living suspended in the water, forming the base of the food chain for countless marine animals. My camera struggles to capture them, but some of them are copepods, common in freshwater too, though different species. The same goes for ostracods, tiny crustaceans that look like microscopic clams, which is where their name comes from. They float through the water, filtering it and helping maintain ecosystem balance. I've saved the most interesting part for last, the predators. The animals we're about to see appeared long before fish, insects, or any land plants on Earth, more than 500 million years ago. I'm talking about marine worms. They may look simple, but their long, flexible body design was so effective that it's barely changed since ancient times. A few days later, when I turned on the light in the jar, I clearly saw a long, thin worm stuck to the glass. It was a ribbon worm, also known as a nemertean. Its most incredible feature is its proboscis, a whip-like, retractable organ it shoots out to catch prey. In the ecosystem, they help regulate small invertebrate populations. But the most unsettling creature was still to come. Right before my eyes, a ragworm, specifically Eunice diversicolor. Seeing one inside the jar feels like observing a living fossil. They're mostly nocturnal, which is why I hadn't seen it until now. It's creepy and yet oddly hypnotic watching it crawl along the glass like some kind of aquatic centipede. Here we see a smaller one trying to catch anything that passes near its antennae. But watching the big one hunt is impressive. It stays hidden, waiting for the perfect moment when an unsuspecting prey moves right in front of it. Despite its terrifying appearance, this worm is no longer than about 2 inches. It's the largest predator in the jar, but outside of it, it would be tiny. Everything is a matter of scale, like this snail compared to the larva next to it. This jar is tiny, about the size of my hand, yet inside it hides a staggering amount of life, almost a universe of its own. Every corner of our planet is incredible, full of life and always ready to surprise us. I'll leave this jar open for now until it stabilizes, and then I'll seal it permanently to watch how it evolves. I'll make an update video in a few months. If you enjoyed this marine ecosystem, imagine doing almost a universe of its own, about the size of my hand, yet inside it hides a staggering amount of life, almost a universe of its own. Every corner of our planet is incredible, full of life and always ready to surprise us. I'll leave this jar open for now.
He said, every corner of our planet is incredible and full of life. He doesn't mention the death, though. I notice a lot of humans do that. They leave out the most important truth that reveals what this place is. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a bit. I'm going to end this stream soon. Hope everyone learned something from this live stream and from the videos that I posted. I posted some videos earlier today or last night, hours ago. right here. These ones.
I'm still intelligent enough to know, though, all this shit going on out there. Whether I get my energy back and all this other stuff, I still recognize what the fuck this world is. Yeah, I know my video about adults playing video games was a decent one. I tried to be as respectful as possible because I don't want to alienate millennials. I don't fucking hate millennials. They're human fucking beings. They're just the generation just after us. Many of them kind of grew up in the tail end of the same era I did. The reason this is all happening to the millennials or the Z-Gens is the influence of the goddamn social engineers. If we could just get the humans to recognize that there are other humans trying to like teach and show, but no, you teach and show them things that defy what they... It's crazy. To be, I mean, these barriers, skepticism, cynicism, ignorance, denial, pride, ego, their own ignorance. When you realize, for most human beings, you're going to have to penetrate all those barriers to get through to them if you see something profound. Yeah, like I'm in a pretty good place. I still resent life here. Like I resent it. I'm not grateful for it. And I really want to find what's responsible for birthing me to the parents that I was birthed to. You wasted my fucking life. You destroy, and why I've been, I don't know, it's like there's been a curse my whole life. I didn't recognize it like that until I was in my mid to later 40s and recognized the patterns. It was a curse to be born to those two people because of the way they imprinted me energetically or my mind, and then the way that set me up so that as I went out into the world as a young man into manhood, I had imprints that I wasn't even consciously aware of from horrible, toxic fucking people that printed me into somehow being attracted to people like them, like the empath and the narcissist. Like there's something going on in this reality where they fucked with our polarities and they make those people, those predatory maggot people, attracted to good people. I've only wanted a good woman. If I would have found one good one back in my 20s, that would have probably settled me down. If I would have found one good one in my 30s, that would have... I've never found one good one. Never. Not one. Not one. And when I listen to the stories of other men and hear the horrible, horrible, horrible ways that women have destroyed their lives, I've met men throughout my life who live in a condition that is so beneath who they are because a woman is parasiting from him. This is how disgusting I see women, and it'll go all the way down to my mother. My mother first institutionalized me when I was 10, just after her and this husband of hers divorced. And she used his insurance to put me in there. And then it would last for 9 months, and then it expires for 3 months. I would get out, go home for 3 months, and then as soon as the insurance would kick back in, I would go back in for another 9 months. From the time I was 10 until I was 17, that was my life. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. In and out, in and out, in and out. Until I was 17 years old. And I realized once that my mother was married a total of 4 fucking times. I was born to her first husband. And then she got married to this guy. My mother, this is the nature of woman. She sucked from this man through 2 other husbands. She used this man and the insurance that he had to keep me institutionalized for all of those years while she married 2 other men. And then the other man, the 4th man, she married when I was like 13. And then she kept me in those places until I was 17. So while she was married 2 husbands after this one. My mother was parasiting from this one to get money out of him, to keep me locked in institutions. That is how fucking horrible and diabolical woman is. While she was married to one, she's parasiting from the other one, who's got his own kids, off doing his own thing now that they're divorced. And so when I recognized that pattern out of my own mother, I was like, oh my God. And I started seeing similar patterns out of women, other women. I don't necessarily hate women, but I'll be goddamned if I have a vastly, vastly different view on them now. And it's not a view that most women would like, and I don't really give a fuck. Quite frankly, give 2 fucks. Yeah. Their nature, because of the vagina. Their nature. Wow. You don't see a lot of that in men. Some, I guess. I'll bet you. It's those men that learned it from their women. Their women mothers. Humans are disgusting. They really are. They really are. I've been a member of this species for 54 years. At least this go around. And somewhere around year 49 or 50, I started to really see how wretched this fucking species actually is.
You took all my money. You took everything I have. You robbed me. You killed me. You raped me.
What do you think the quality of life would be for black people if white people never interfered with them? Would they be better off?
Hell yeah, do you know what we was building pyramids.
But how's it going? What did you want to debate about?
Nah, I seen videos of y'all talking about, you know, how white people are better than blacks and all this stuff. And when it comes down to it, basically y'all got everything off of leeching off us. Y'all leached off our land, leached off our labor, leached off everybody. Really, everything y'all got from leeching off other people. Leached off Native American land, leached off. Now y'all trying to leech off of Venezuela oil, all that stuff. So it's like, I think y'all don't have like a clear reality of what's really going on and what's happening and what happened in the past.
What is your name? Just really quick, I just want to make sure. I'm Jackson. This is Forrest.
My name Dr. 16 on IG. I was on Twitch. I mean, I was on X, but they.
So basically, my understanding is the point that you're making is that white people are burdensome and they leech off of other racial groups of people.
Yeah, basically, y'all leached off everybody.
But what was America called before the white colonials came here?
What was it called? It was called whatever the Native American language, whatever they called it in their language.
Well, here's the thing. The Native Americans, there were about 600 different tribes on the land, and all of them had different names, different tribes. They had different sub-religions. They were all distinct people. So there wasn't really one country. It was like 600, if you can call it a country, which they didn't actually believe in borders or land ownership. So there wasn't even the concept of nationhood within the nation.
Yeah, they were the free people.
Well, they weren't exactly free. I mean, they were constrained by their biological limitations and their socio-cultural surroundings.
Right?
Well, I mean,
you know that they had governments, right?
I mean, sure, like
all the same way that we do.
All sorts of people will have different hierarchies of order and power structures, but they do manifest differently. But when you say we leached off of black people, like, be specific. Like, what exactly did we leech off of black people?
Like, you leached off our natural resources, meaning our gold, our diamonds, countless stuff that we had over there. You leached off our knowledge. Well, let me take you back to the beginning. You leached off our knowledge. We created religion, civilization, all that stuff. The first civilization on this earth was on the Nile River, the bottom of the Nile River. They traveled up onto Saudi Arabia, whatever, and then they were the first ones to write it down. That's why they get credit for being the first civilization. but the first actual civilization was along the Nile River, at the bottom of the Nile River. Those were the same people that traveled up, went up to Saudi Arabia and all that stuff.
Okay.
So when I say leech, I mean in that y'all basically got everything y'all know and everything y'all have off of Africans.
Okay, so
Like everything
basically,
comes
yeah, my
from us.
understanding, fair enough. My understanding is that everything that white people are using in the world today is a product of, in a nefarious way, going after what black people had originally. And so black people have all the tools and the knowledge and the natural resources, and they could perform just as well without the intervention of white people or European people. So a question I would have for you then, using that logic, is that what do you think the quality of life would be for black people if white people never interfered with them? Would they be better off?
Hell yeah! Do you know what we was building pyramids, something that y'all can't figure out to this day how we built. If y'all would have
Black
left
people,
Africans,
didn't build the pyramids, though. Those were
yes they
Coptic people.
did.
Those were
Do you know?
Coptic people.
You say they were who?
Coptic.
Those
They're
were-
North African. They're Semitic Arabs.
Those were Coptic people. They're Caucasoid.
So listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Do you know before the Arab invasion of between 600 BC, everybody in Africa was black. So yeah, you could talk about the Arabs or the white people who took over Egypt after 600 BC, but before that, everybody was black. They was building pyramids. They had all type of religion. They had all that stuff. All that stuff started way before y'all came, way before the Arabs came.
There
People in
is-
North Africa was black.
There's
Dark-skinned
zero anthropological or archaeological evidence that points to
look up
sub-Saharan
Dexter Cappy.
Africans. Look up who?
African is African. Black is black. Look up Dexter Cappy.
No,
right now.
African isn't African. There's
It
just
is. Are you crazy? So what is
Okay.
Africa? Two different countries?
Well, let me ask you this: no, it's a continent. First of all, is Nigeria the same as Somalia?
It's two different things. South Africa is different from North Africa.
No,
Right now.
African isn't African. There's
It
just
is. Are you crazy? So what is
Okay.
Africa? Two different countries?
Well, let me ask you this: no, it's a continent. First of all, it's a continent. First of all, no, it's a continent. First of all,
Africa, two different countries?
well, let me ask you this: no, it's a continent. First of all, is Nigeria the same as Somalia?
It's two different things. South Africa is different from North Africa.
Okay,
Before y'all invaded, it was all one black people.
Well, one second, really, I
It was
just want to
different
make
countries,
sure.
Not saying it was one.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So, are Nigerian people distinct from Ethiopian people? Are they different, or are they exactly the same?
Back then, it wasn't. Now they are, because now the Ethiopian people have Arab blood in them, European blood in them. That's why they lighter, have straight hair, all that. But back before, like I'm trying to tell y'all, back before the invasion of the Arabs and the Europeans, Arabs invaded first in 600 BC. Before 600 BC, so that means 598 BC, all the way back to the beginning of the time, everybody in Africa was black, dark skinned black. Some was brown. Like, we have different shades of black people. Like, the San people, right? They look like Chinese people. They
I
light
have
skinned
a
look like
question
Chinese
for
people.
you. I have a question for you, and we can be fair. We'll go back and forth. We'll be cordial here. But basically, what you're saying is that white people's ability to thrive is dependent upon the exploitation of black people or other people. So, what would be okay? So that's your opinion. What would be an example, a modern example of a nation of black people who are succeeding or thriving without white or European intervention?
Botswana.
Where's that?
Botswana.
Okay, and how are they thriving?
But you
How are they
asked me that
thriving?
question. They have they paid off all their loans. But let me tell you, bro, Africa.
Payday
What's
loans.
happening with France? You know what's happening with France? They kicked not Botswana, but I think South Africa, one of the countries in Africa. They kicked France out of. This is why I say y'all leech off Africa. They kicked France out of Africa, so France can't leech off Africa no more. Guess what's happening with France right now? They're going broke. All the European countries are going broke right now because y'all can't leech off Africa no more. Africa teamed up
European
with.
countries are struggling because they're experiencing waves of immigration and non-white people who are committing sexual
struggling
assault
because
against Native Europeans. That's the opposite.
why-
But where are the where are the black people that are thriving outside of European influence?
Botswana did it. You do your research, look up Botswana.
Compared to what?
Botswana
Compared to
paid-
China? Compared to America? This is not a superpower in the world and the geopolitical stage.
This is what I'm telling you. You cannot compare Africa to the world because nobody has been leached off like Africa has.
Everybody
it's easy to say, hold on,
has
let
attacked
me
each
finish
other
what I'm
throughout
saying. Let me
history.
finish what I'm saying real quick. It's easy to say oh, it's easy to say, oh, they're not doing nothing now. I guess not. You've been robbing them for 400 years. How could you expect somebody to be up just like you when you're the one been leeching off them, robbing them for 400 years? That's like me robbing you every day when you come off your job and then coming back a week later and say, why are you still on the bottom? Why are you still struggling?
Well,
you took all my money. You took everything I have. You robbed me. You killed me. You raped me. You did all these things to me. And then you turn around and ask, why are we in the position that we in? Because the reason why is because you put us in that position. If, like I said, if you would have left us alone, we would have been ahead of time. Me personally, I think we would have been communicating with other life forms now.
Well, if
Like,
I personally, if I were you, I would. Yeah, if I were you, I would probably feel great.
Personally, I think we would have been communicating with other life forms now. Personally, I think we would have been communicating with other life forms now.
Well, if
Like,
I personally, if I were you, I would. Yeah, if I were you, I would probably feel grateful that I was born in America versus Africa, because your life is likely a lot better than it would be if you were born in Ghana or wherever it is.
South Africa, right?
Well, here's the question, because you're saying the reason why sub-Saharan Africa.
How did America get to where it was?
Well, hold on.
Who created America economy?
Well, are we going to go back and forth? You gotta let me ask you a question. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
Answering your question with my question, you said I should be grateful that I'm born in America.
That wasn't a question. I said if I was you.
How did America get to where is that?
We have to go back. We have to be balanced here, though. Let's go back and forth.
All I was saying, it wasn't a question. I was just saying if I was you, that's how I would probably feel. But again, that's an unfair me putting me in your shoes. Anyway, my question to you would be, if Africa is the state that it is because we've leached off of it, how come it was in effectively the same state, arguably worse than it is now when we first got there? European colonists, as you would put it, they got there and there wasn't even written languages in most of the countries below the Sahara Desert.
Or wheels or second-story buildings.
Yeah, they were very underdeveloped when we got there. European colonists, as you would put it, they got there and there wasn't even written languages in most of the countries below the Sahara Desert.
Or wheels or second-story buildings.
Yeah, they were very underdeveloped. When we got there, that's not a lie.
That's a lie.
That's scientifically.
When y'all came when the European came to Africa in when the transatlantic trade started in 1409. Am I right?
Something like that, yeah.
So during that time, you had black people like Mansa Musa, who was the richest person in history, in the history of the world. Period. So you can't sit there and say that, oh, they was undeveloped and all this stuff until y'all came over there. They had their own stuff going on. They had
like what?
They had a lot of stuff going on. They was making money. They was doing what they do in their culture. Just because it's not your culture, listen to what I'm saying. Your culture, just because something is not your culture, doesn't mean that they are less than or below than you because they choose to live in huts or whatever. That's what they want to do. That's what you have to let people live their life.
I'm not comparing it. I'm just asking.
That's their customs.
Let me respond to you.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
We gotta go back and forth here. Like I'm asking specifically, what did they have going on? What did they have going on?
I wasn't done talking though.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to tell you is that you have to let other people live in their custom. Just because it's not your custom doesn't mean that it's less than or worse than. They might not want to live in a mansion or whatever. It's billionaires in Africa. Is like, bro, if Africa was so sucky or so terrible, why the hell are y'all over there now?
Are all cultures
y'all
equal?
Are all over South Africa, living good in the nice hotels, in the buildings and all that stuff. Y'all are over there. If we suck so much, get the hell out the land.
Well, let me ask you this.
Off others. Go back to your land and do what you say you're smart enough to do.
You're talking a lot. We gotta go back and forth.
So I'm sensing that you're upset about it. And if
I'm not really upset. It's just how I talk.
Well, if I thought that my people were being oppressed historically and systemically, I would probably be upset too. Let me ask you this. If I were to just grant everything, if I were to say sub-Saharan Africa and even Africa as a whole has been colonized, ruined, raped, pillaged, sucked dry of its resources, and that's exactly the reason why it's in the state and condition it is now. Black Americans are systemically oppressed historically. Now that we live in modern society, you're a black person in America, I'm guessing. You're speaking American English.
Yep.
So I guess at this point, historical injustice can't be undone. What is preventing black people in Africa and in America even now from...
It's not. You know how good Africa doing right now? You know how many... Africa the fastest... Every time I say something, y'all try to cut me off. Africa is the fastest growing country right now that's going on today. they about to get their own internet to where they don't even have to depend off of U.S. internet at all, because they have their own they don't have it yet, but they getting their own internet to where they don't even have to depend off of every time I say something, y'all try to cut me off. Africa is the fastest growing country right now that's going on today. They about to get their own internet to where they don't even have to depend off of U.S. internet at all, because they have their own they don't have it yet, but they getting their own internet called
They're getting Boost Mobile.
Afronet.
They're getting Metro. They're getting Metro PCS. I heard.
No, it's Afronet. It's their own internet to where they don't have to rely on no U.S. because they used to have to rely on Google and get their internet from the U.S. But it was taking them so long to come all the way over there to fix it. So now they said, "Fuck that, whatever. We do our own shit."
I want
so
Africa to flourish.
Internet. They got tech. They got tech companies. Like, it's booming over there right now. That's why, and China is investing in it so much because it's booming over. It's like what China was 30 years ago. That's what Africa is now. It's growing. It's going to be the new power country. So it's already happening.
Let me ask you this, because one of the things we were discussing earlier was a matter of comparing cultures, and you said it's not better, one or the other isn't better, it's just different. Do you believe that all cultures are equal?
It's different. Like, they think their culture is better than yours. You think your culture better than them. It's just an opinion. If somebody's happy, want to live in a hut and live in a mud house or whatever, they might be the happiest person in the world. They choose to live there. I'm pretty sure if they don't get tired of that and choose not to want to live there, they'll go to. It's plenty cities in Africa that got major mansions, homes, hotels. Like, it's beautiful over there. Now, I'm not saying the whole Africa, but
so they're not equal. You're saying,
huh?
You're saying so they're not equal because they're different.
I didn't say they're not equal. I'm saying they think they're better, so they might be better. They might be better.
But you said
they
they're
might
different.
be better in their eyes.
Sure, they might be better, but you're saying they're different, which means they aren't the same.
Everybody's different.
Equal means the same.
No, they're not the same. No, equal means equal means like the same.
Right.
Equal means like the same. You could put it as the same, but equal means like this equals that. Like one equals I'm trying to explain it. But yeah, I guess you could relate that as equal, but I'm looking at it as a value wise. Equal as you talking about value wise, meaning that this equals this, like $1 equals $1, or that's what I'm talking about.
So who creates more value, white people or black people globally?
As of right now, like that's what I was saying earlier. Of course, you can sit here and say white people doing all this stuff, but you doing all this stuff off the backs of us.
How so?
Off the backs of the people that you're leeching off of.
How so?
That's what I'm saying.
How so?
I just explained it earlier. You leached off of our labor as slaves. You leached off of our land resources. You leached off of oil.
Irish slavery was more lucrative.
Huh?
Irish indentured servitude was more lucrative than black chattel slavery.
I'm not talking about just slavery, as you heard what I just said. I'm not just talking about slavery. I'm talking about oil, diamonds, gold, slavery also.
You're talking about resources. The resources that they didn't actually know how to extract before Europeans got there. Like, we're talking about the most resource-dense continent ever, and black people, when we got there, they were living in huts.
To get all his gold.
Yeah, I think that's like historical revisionism. I'm not super well read on the Mansa Musa.
See, what y'all like to do is like to spew out lies because you hear shit and you believe it, but a lot of the stuff that you're saying is not true. They knew how to extract their stuff.
What have I lied about?
What you just said right now. What you just said right now.
What did I say?
They didn't know how to extract. They didn't know how to extract their gold and diamonds until y'all got there. They've been extracting their gold. They've been extracting their diamonds way before y'all got there. That is a lie.
Well, let me ask you this. So we got there and then we conquered. How was that possible?
Because y'all had an advantage. Y'all had guns.
Why did we have guns?
Because
why did we have guns? It's because we invented firearms
and sailboats.
I think the Chinese did.
They invented gunpowder. There's some evidence that the Chinese invented gunpowder, but the point is Africans didn't. That's the point.
Yeah. So, and the other point is,
but that's important. That's important. You're saying that we conquered. Well, but that's I'm trying to.
You keep cutting me off. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to answer your question.
Go ahead.
You saying how do you do it? I said because y'all had the advantage of guns. But that showed that y'all are I'm trying not to cuss, but that showed that y'all are very pieces of shit and cowards. That y'all went everywhere where people could have defended themselves killed them and took their stuff. Most normal people wouldn't do that. As you can see right now, China is the smartest thing on this earth right now. They're not thinking about going around the world and colonizing anybody. That is a very barbaric and remedial way of thinking.
Sure.
So even if Africans had guns, we're not the type of people to think like that. Oh, I want to go around the whole world and beat them, steal them, kill them, rape them.
Yeah,
and
so
take their
Africans
stuff.
with
Nobody
guns
talk
is a
like that
lot
till they go.
safer. Well, let me. I was trying to.
Yeah. Do you know that y'all killed 288 million people worldwide?
Oh no.
Do you know how much
Okay.
terror that y'all did over the world?
Well, really quick,
y'all
I want
the most dangerous people on this earth.
Yeah, I was trying to kind of take it. I was trying to take it down a train of logic there with the gun thing, though, because I was saying, how did you guys get conquered? And you said because we have guns. And there's a train of logic I'm trying to come to a conclusion on. Why did we have guns? Well, because we invented guns, or maybe Africans didn't invent enough to defend themselves from the people who had guns. It's like, how did we invent guns? Because
what you're not understanding is that people don't think like y'all.
Correct. That's
People
literally
don't
my
think-
point.
People, yeah, that's what I'm saying. People don't think like y'all to the point. Not saying that y'all smarter, because as I was before you cut me off, but I was trying to prove to you that going around killing people and raping them and taking their stuff because you have an advantage does not equal out to being smart. That equal out to actually being a dumb imbecile.
Okay, well, guns didn't fall out of the sky, man.
Because
it took ingenuity.
Let me finish what I'm saying, because like I told you before, China's the smartest going on right now. Are we correct? They're not thinking about killing people and going around and conquering them.
They're about to go to war with Taiwan. That's not even close. Let me ask you a question though. We have to go back and forth though.
But they're not thinking about going around having slaves like y'all did and killing people. That is a very autistic. You know where autism come from?
We have to stick to one.
Comes from white people.
Do you know where autism comes from? All this stuff is connected.
We have to stick to one subject
the way y'all
here.
think comes from it comes from a very mental
Right,
like a mental illness. That's why y'all very depressed.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Y'all very violent type of people.
We have to stay on one topic here,
taking
though.
over.
We're changing topics.
You're not
Okay, so
happy.
one of the things you said was, quote, white people are cowards and pieces of shit to going to different places with guns. The question I would pose to you is, hold on, now you're interrupting now. What the data shows is that even when you give black people or people who descend from sub-Saharan Africa limited technology, they still commit violence in record numbers. So if do you think that yes, they do. According to FBI homicide statistics, they do reliably. Hold on. If you gave black people the same technology that the Europeans have, do you honestly think they would have been showing more mercy on average?
Absolutely. Like I just told you, it's been proved because nobody done what y'all done. We have
because we
guns
figured
now.
out how to do it first.
We have listen. Hold on, wait. This is the proof right here in the United States of America. How many of all do y'all know the percentage of the violent crimes that created in the United States of America and who does it?
Yes.
60%. 60% of the violent crime that is done in America is by white men.
Yeah, that's true. Do you know why?
Yeah, I know it's true.
Do you know why?
Because y'all violent.
No, because we're 60% of the population.
And y'all violent.
Well, hold on.
Per capita.
What percent?
People,
what percent is black people? Do you know?
Yeah, 13% of black people recreate 26% of the violent crimes.
So basically, if we use that number,
you guys. Know why? Can I tell you why?
Hold on. If we use that number, you guys are doing double the amount of crime relative to your percentage.
No, because how much the percentage of white people in America?
57.
57%. You do 60%. It might be a little higher, but you know why? Because you put drugs in our community. You put guns in our community. That's been proven through the CIA.
I don't know where we can go from here. I really listen.
You don't, have you ever heard of COINTELPRO? These are documented facts by the FBI and CIA. This stuff has been documented. So you can't ignore it just because it don't sound good. And I'm winning this debate. You can't ignore it. This stuff has been proven. Everything that came out of my mouth, you can't say that I'm wrong because you can't prove me wrong. Look it up. Look up COINTELPRO.
Let's respond. Let's be professional.
But and then you don't let me finish. Let me finish with what I'm saying.
You talk for a very long time.
It's higher.
You talk for a very long time. Respectfully, do you know?
No, I didn't. I just started talking.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know what per capita means?
Let me finish what I'm saying first, then I can answer your per capita question. You put drugs in our community. You put guns in our community. You over police it to put us in jail so you could get the free labor legally through the 13th Amendment. So of course, actually, that is a very low statistic if you're going to over police a community that you're putting drugs and guns in, and of course the outcome is going to be like that. Less education, less jobs in those communities. Like, what the hell is you talking about? Once
So I've
again, you're
heard-
talking about stuff. Hold on, let me finish. You're talking about stuff that you have a hand in. The CIA was documented for putting guns in our community. The
Let's
CIA was
respond.
documented for putting drugs in our community.
Okay,
This is not no made up stuff.
Okay,
Y'all
I'm
did
going to
that.
respond to you. We have to be less emotional here. So for the sake of the debate, we're going to have to go. We're going to have to go 30 seconds, 30 seconds. If we're going to be productive and professional here, you go 30 seconds, we go 30 seconds, and we go back and forth like that with no interruptions. So in response to that, here's my follow-up question. Say hypothetically, we're going with your numbers. Let's say that white people represent 60. Hold on.
FBI number.
Hold
not my
on.
number.
Okay, calm down. Let's say white people
I'm very
represent.
calm.
Right. Let's say white people represent 60% of the population and commit 60% of the violent crime. Now let's say black people are 13% of the population and commit 26% of the violent crime. Which one of those per capita is committing more crime?
Is the police over policing your neighborhoods? Is the police putting drugs in your
That's not
neighborhood?
the question. It's per
No,
capita.
that is the question because that's the answer. If the police is over policing your neighborhood and putting drugs in your neighborhood, I
Wow.
guarantee you that your crime rate would be astoundingly higher. You cannot do stuff like
Astoundingly?
put drugs. Yeah, you
Astoundingly?
cannot do
I'm not familiar with that word.
outstandingly higher.
Oh.
But you cannot do stuff like put drugs, guns, and give people less jobs and act like they're not going to try to make money and do the stuff. It's like, bro, what you're saying is you're acting like the whole world is equal and everybody's getting the same opportunity and not getting fucked with. We're getting fucked with in our community. We're getting over police in our community. We're getting drugs put in our community. Y'all are not. And for y'all not to have drugs in your
Right.
community and be over policed in your community and y'all still have a high violent crime rate, that shows to who y'all are.
It's been 30 seconds now. We have to go back and forth, remember? So once
Go
again,
ahead. I said what I said. That was my answer.
the question is, it's a very simple answer.
That was my answer.
But you're not answering the question directly. Per
That
capita,
was the answer.
hold on. Per capita, in that situation, according to your numbers, which population is committing more violent crime per capita?
What I'm telling you is that you cannot ask that question without having the full context.
Yes,
you cannot.
You
Like
can.
I
That's
said,
the
no,
question.
you cannot because that's not a fair question. That's not a fair. Like I just said,
There's an
You
answer.
know the answer. You don't want to say the answer.
What?
There's
I
an
just told
objective
you the
answer to the question. There's an objective answer, and you're not answering it.
Because it's not the same as the answer you haven't talking about two different environments with two different
Yes.
with two different
Yes.
like what can I say? You're
Two
basically
different
just talking
circumstances,
about-
two different environments,
Yeah,
two different.
two
Sure,
different circumstances,
yes.
two different
There's
environments.
still an answer. We can't even get onto the next part of the
answer is,
question.
If y'all wasn't not put drugs in our community and leave us alone, our crime rate would be lower. That's the answer.
Okay. Man,
Here,
all right.
we can go back and forth. Here's a different question right here. Let's say it's the same hypothetical, but within this hypothetical where you have white people being 60% of the population committing 60% of violent crime, and you have 13% of black people committing 26% of the violent crime. But in addition to those numbers, the policing is the same, the drug usage is the same. This is a hypothetical. All other variables externally are the same on either side, but you're still looking at just the numbers. Per capita, which population is committing more violent crime per capita?
I guarantee you, if it was the same, the numbers wouldn't be the same.
Wow.
I guarantee you
Wow.
that.
So
like I said, if the CIA
yeah.
put drugs in your, and y'all have a drug epidemic right now.
Hold
Y'all
on.
got an epidemic right now, and nobody's even doing that to y'all.
It's true. I have a very important question. Very important question. Did you eat breakfast today?
Did you?
Yes. Did you?
Yeah, I ate breakfast.
Okay. Had you not eaten breakfast today, how would you feel?
If I haven't ate breakfast today, I would still be fine. Sometimes I go a whole day without eating until like probably nighttime. I might feel a little sluggish.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Well,
that was
what
better.
you
That was
trying to say?
that was better than I thought. Well, I was testing
we-
your ability to actually extrapolate on a hypothetical.
We surpassed the threshold. Okay, let's switch the topic. We appreciate your time, by the way. Let's switch it up a little bit here. What do you think is the number one grievance as a Black American person you would have towards white people?
Grievance, like what? That's what I just said. Everything that I just said, basically, if y'all wasn't the conniving pieces of shit people that like I said, do everything y'all can do to keep us down, oppress us, stop our population, do everything you could do to kill us and have us not exist. If y'all wasn't that towards us, and like I said, if y'all didn't have the advantage of guns back in the day, and y'all wasn't going around killing people who couldn't defend themselves, if it was equal, like y'all like to do, like y'all trying to compare the two communities like it's equal, if everything was equal, y'all wouldn't stand a chance against us. If we had guns when y'all had guns, and it would crack, yeah, it wouldn't be like this. If y'all was getting drugs put in y'all communities and getting redlined and kept out of the banking system and all this and that, y'all wouldn't be the same.
Yeah,
Put it like this: if the tables was turned, I think y'all would be way worse than black people.
Maybe so. You know, that would be
more violent. Y'all have a way more violent nature.
Extraordinary, expandingly, or whatever.
Worser.
Yeah, worser. So I guess what was I going to say? I had a good question. Oh, right. So I guess that would be a frustrating way to view the world. So I understand why you'd be upset about that. So I'm a white person. I'm a white American. I've always been a white American. That's how I see myself. That's how the world sees me. That's the group I fit into. And I know a lot of white Americans. I know other people too, but myself and all of the white Americans that I know, I'm not well connected. I don't know a whole lot of rich people or people in the government. The way that I feel like you view it is we sort of wake up every day and we do whatever we possibly can to keep the Negro down. We don't like black people. We just want to keep them down. I wake up and I say, those damn black people. I don't see anybody doing that. I certainly don't feel that way. I have zero desire to keep anybody down. If anything, it would benefit everybody if everyone were to flourish. And there wouldn't be interracial tension or problems if everybody was flourishing. And we can cast blame, but we can say if a white American, I'll finish up, but if the average white American sees himself as wanting to keep other people down, I think there would be better evidence for that. All the white people that I know just care about raising their kids and paying the next bill. People can barely survive as it is. So I don't really see this vast evidence of racial suppression. And I don't see the actual positive benefit of doing that to begin with. Like, what do we get from doing that? I don't get anything. I don't know anybody that does. Who does?
Let me answer that. You don't, but unfortunately, the people in power do.
Okay.
I'm not saying all white people. I'm not saying all white people are evil, and I'm talking about the people, white people that are in power, are the people that are putting drugs in our community.
So Jews, right?
Yeah, hey, that is true. That is true too.
Do you think Jews are white?
Is Jews, Nazis, and American white people from British too. Is racist white people everywhere. And a lot of them that are in power are very racist and do want to exterminate black people and view black people as a nuisance or whatever, and do everything in their power that they can to try to oppress us and keep us down, because they fear that, oh, if we get in power or we get on our feet, we're going to do the same thing that y'all did to us. Now, for you to say most white people just want to raise their kids, yeah, that's cool now, but back in the day, let's not act like y'all wasn't racist and hanging black people. It wasn't just the people up in power. It was a lot of y'all too that was the members of KKK. KKK had like about 5 million people, million members in the 1950s. Y'all was some racist motherfuckers as a majority. So yeah, now y'all might be just want to raise your kids and get by. But 40, 50 years ago, huh?
Not for long. See, we've been dormant for a while. We might just have to get racist again. I don't know. Things aren't looking very good.
We waiting for y'all to do that, because I guarantee you it ain't gonna come out like you think it is, buddy. We got guns. Like I said, you don't have the advantage. You don't have the advantage that you did last time. And then, like I said, we not scared. We not scared no more.
I know. We see.
But you know, that's neither here nor there.
I'd like to respond to you, Dr. 16. Just to clarify, we're not the ones calling for violence here, but I'd like to ask you a question here. I think this is important. You said something about the KKK. I mean, if you look at the data, black people in America within 3 to 5 years have committed more violence than the entire length of the KKK's organization existence. So, I mean, it's not even close. Hold on. We have to be calm. Let's be calm. That is a statistic. That's a statistical reality. But my question to you would be: what are the? You can disagree with the empirical data. What would be the top two? What would be the top? It's not data, right? What would be the top? Okay, hold on. Let me ask you the question. I'm asking you. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm asking you a question. What would be the top? What are the top 2 or 3 main ways in which white American people are holding down and oppressing black people in 2026.
All right, so let me answer. First, get to your data. They was not recording. They was not recording all of the lynchings and all of the killings that the white people.
So
was
how do
doing
you
to
know it
black people.
happened? How do you know it happened then?
I know personally from my family because
So they recorded it. Your
my
family recorded it then as
no no no
that's a
no no.
data
Let me
point.
finish what I'm saying. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
That's what you
My
just said.
family, my great grand. So yeah, my mother's granddad. So that'd be my great grandfather. Him and his brother killed the whole chapter of KKK people. I'm not gonna say where, but him and his brothers killed the whole chapter of KKK people because they told one of his brothers to leave or move because they was black, and but his wife at the time was pregnant, and he told them, "I'll move after she have her baby." And of course, you know the racist white people, "Nah, nigga, you gonna move now, or we gonna kill you, whatever, by tonight or whatever."
Okay.
I said, okay, but my people wasn't them people to play with. They don't tell you these stories. They don't. This is what I'm telling. This is the proof of what I'm telling you about. A lot of this stuff wasn't recorded. So they came and whatever was gonna kill my great uncle. He had like 12 brothers. They shackled down in the house, went to war with them. It was arms, from what I hear. It was arms on the fences and all that shit. Whatever. They, like I said, they like almost killed the whole chapter of KKK people out in I'm not gonna say which part of Georgia, but it was in Georgia. This is why the KKK went from 5 million all the way down to like I think it's like they on record it's like 100,000, but I think
They
it's like
killed
500.
4 million KKK members?
No, can you listen? Can you hear? I said
Yeah.
this is the reason
can
why.
hear.
Let me finish, and then you can understand what I'm saying. I said this is the reason why it went down from 5 million members of the KKK down to like about 100,000 right now because they were seeing that we were starting to fight back, and the bodies that was getting dropped was not worth it to them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why it wasn't because the American government we was putting belt to ass, but they not gonna tell you that.
Okay.
But this is why that's my proof of how I know that a lot of that stuff wasn't recorded back then. So that's why when you tell me that bullshit statistic about what happened back then, I know that's bullshit because that wasn't
That's
even
an
recorded
anecdote versus
in
empirical
Georgia
data.
back then. So a lot of that stuff that they did get away with, like I said, every nigga back then wasn't like that. It was a lot of people, a lot more scary black people back then. That's why they was getting away with a lot of stuff back then. But as time progressed, more and more black people start arming themselves and killing them back, and it wasn't worth it.
Okay.
But
Well, listen. I hear everything you're saying. I receive it. I think this was a productive conversation so far. I am getting tired.
Well, let him answer the final question.
In conclusion, though, I do want to ask my final question. You can answer.
So the final question then, just to clarify, you're prioritizing a personal anecdote above empirical data, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree on that. But the question is, what are the 2 or 3 main ways in which white America is holding down or oppressing black people in the year 2026?
I got 2 businesses in my garage, and I got my own house.
Okay.
It's not too many. Of course, you see it's still racism out here. It's still racist cops killing unarmed black people to this day. It's still racist bank managers that won't let black people. They'll come up with a reason that won't let black people get loans and stuff like that. A lot of that stuff is still going on, but like I said, we having our own motion too. I'm not I never once said that white people are oppressing us now. I said that
Then what's the
everything
grievance?
y'all got. I said everything y'all got comes from oppressing us back then. Everything y'all got, y'all came from leeching off us, leeching off our land, leeching off everything that
Electricity,
we got. And that's why y'all are
automobiles,
the way y'all are.
philosophy, modern science, that comes from black people. That's your claim.
Automobiles don't. I will say that.
Philosophy, all modern philosophy, diplomacy, contracts, that did not come from black people.
Can I name a list of things? Because you seem like a really educated guy. I'd like to name a list of things and know what you think came from black people.
His question first. He asked me what came from black people.
I want to add to it. Like common law, aircraft carriers, calculus, chemistry,
English.
Like what? Did black people make that?
English comes from Italy. Like those are basically Spanish people. So listen, let me
Comes
tell
from
you something.
England, but yeah, I get it.
It's Latin.
I
It
know,
comes from
It's
the
I get it.
alphabet come from Latin and all that stuff. But
Latin
so
is
listen,
European, though.
let me say this.
Okay.
You guys are bringing up modern stuff. If you listen to what I said before in the beginning, I said you cannot compare the two like it's equal. Of course, you guys are going to be have more resources and do more things because y'all have more resources off of us. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got your start and y'all wealth, y'all being able to do everything. Y'all got it off the backs of us in the beginning. If y'all would have, what I'm telling you is that if y'all would have left us alone, I guarantee you we would have been 1,000 fucking light years ahead of y'all. If
So
we
really,
was never oppressed.
really quick, just to wrap this up, you said we got everything from you guys. If we just left you alone, you'd be light years ahead of us. Okay.
Yeah.
What year did you say we got to Africa? The Dutch and the Spanish.
Yeah, it was around the 1400s, right?
Sure. So that was thousands of years.
What did y'all have back then?
We had
go ahead.
thousands of years of empires. We had innovation, philosophy. We had boats. We had guns. We had
You do know that
diplomacy.
y'all came to Africa to learn. You do know y'all came to Africa to learn science, mathematics, medicine, and all that stuff.
So
right?
we went to Africa. We learned science. Went back, did everything, and then came back and colonized you.
Couldn't retain it, and then you couldn't retain it. You know what the Dark Ages is?
Bro, are you serious? Come on.
Look it up. Look it
All
up.
right,
No, I'm
all right.
being dead serious. I'm being dead serious.
No, I know. There is some stuff about the Dark Ages.
Those
It's
were
not
the
very well.
Arabs. It was the Arab world that excelled scientifically.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And even that's up for debate.
It was the Arab world that excelled scientifically during the European Dark Age. It was not sub-Saharan black people.
True.
I'm sorry.
What did I just said? Them people came. The first civilization was from the Nile River, right? I saw those are the same people that traveled up the Nile River.
Well, Mesopotamia, that was the first, right?
Yeah, that's
Mesopotamia?
modern day Iraq. Back then, everybody was darker. Everybody was darker back then. I'm not gonna say that they was black, but I know everybody in Africa was black predating 600 BC, but that's not even what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is y'all came to Africa. Egypt was the Mecca. A lot of scholars from Europe came to Egypt in Africa, learned science, medicine, and mathematics. Y'all took it back over there to Europe. Y'all went through a fucking dark age. Y'all could not retain the knowledge that y'all got from Africa. Y'all went into the dark age.
And then invented everything after
Hold
that.
on, wait. Let me finish. Y'all went into the dark age. Guess who saved y'all out of that dark age?
Who? You guys you teach us how to wipe our butts or something? Isn't that part of the lore? What happened?
Was it Yakub?
We saved y'all out of the dark age from the Moors that came up through North Africa into Spain. And gave y'all, you do know that y'all wouldn't take baths.
Yeah.
Y'all thought taking baths
I still
would give you
don't.
disease. Yeah, that shit
I
is
still
dirty.
don't. Can you help
That's
me?
why y'all riddled with diseases. That's why y'all riddled with diseases right now.
I've had a good time.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay. I gotta go. I gotta go eat. All right.
We saved y'all. Yeah, we saved y'all civilization twice.
Thank you.
We came up, but we gave y'all running water as Moors, and saved y'all from the Black
Moors
Plague.
were not black people.
Yes, they was. They was North African black people.
All right. Thank you. Listen, just to conclude here.
Black Moors.
All right,
the statue proved that because look at the statue.
All right, the blacks did everything. The blacks did everything. Okay, I gotta go eat. I'm tired. But listen, in conclusion, because I don't want to just cut you off or anything. In conclusion, what should my takeaway be from this? Like, let's assume all these things are true. Me going forward in my life, what should I take away from this? What should I learn?
What you should learn is to respect the people who made you. We made you from the beginning to the end. Look up mitochondrial Eve gene. Look up European skin color 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
So you look that up right now.
I will look into it. I will look into it.
Yeah, look up and see who you was 3,000 years ago.
Are you cool if we post this?
If 3,000 years ago, when you look that up, you'll see that 3,000 years ago.
You said we could post this, right?
Can we post this?
Hell yeah.
Because people need to learn.
Tag me, Dr. 16 on IG, YouTube, and I'm on Twitch too, but I don't know if you can tag me on Twitch. But IG, YouTube, tag me, Dr. 16.
We will.
Y'all message whatever.
We'll tag you on Instagram if we post it. We'll take a look at that. We have to go. But I appreciate your time.
So 8,000 years ago, everybody in Europe was black.
Man, that's crazy. I'll have to look into that.
The more you know.
I will.
Look
I'll
it
look
up.
into that. Well, Dr. 16, I appreciate your time, and I wish you a wonderful rest of your night. Thank
God
you
bless.
for joining us today.
Take care.
God bless,
All
my
right, you
friend.
too.
All right, have a good night.
God bless.
It's at a certain point it gets to where it just becomes sad. It actually just becomes pitiful, and I don't want to just shit on him because it's like beating. Can I say this? It's like beating up a retarded person.
If you're not gonna let's say we know it's true, do your
Okay,
research.
and then what?
Do your research.
And then what does that change?
That changed that y'all mutants. Since you posted me and stuff, I want you to post this right here.
Sure.
I'm gonna ask you probably 4 or 5 questions.
Okay.
Who invented guns?
I don't know. Didn't we decide it was China?
Nah, you said white people invented guns. So you was wrong, right?
Well, my point there, and I did clarify this in the video, was that Africans didn't. So it doesn't really matter who
I'm
invented
not
them.
talking about that. I'm just talking about whether you was wrong or right. You
Well,
was wrong,
the
right?
point
When you
that
said when you said white people invented guns.
the point that I actually don't know. I mean, the point that I was making though is that Africans
I
didn't.
got a phone. I got a phone just like you. You can look this information up.
Okay, it doesn't matter to my point that I was making though. My point was that Africans didn't. That was my only point. So it could have been space aliens. It doesn't matter.
Well, it was Chinese. It wasn't space alien. It was Chinese.
That's
White
okay.
people didn't invent guns. So you was wrong about that, right?
I don't claim either one.
All right. So look it up right now.
Okay, white people didn't invent guns. Now what?
Okay,
What's the
thank
other
you.
question?
You can post that. And second, I wanna tell you. Did you look up European skin color 3,000 years ago?
Yeah, look, there's all sorts of information on the internet.
Yeah, that was all sorts. Yeah, you see how y'all run away from stuff? Y'all like to post stuff and say that y'all right and say that y'all good and better than everybody, but when the truth come out, y'all run like little rabbits.
How
Stop
old do
running
you
away
think
from
the
truth.
Earth was?
Earth is 4 billion years old, some shit like that.
It's actually
But that's not
26
the
billion
point.
now. But,
Hold
yeah.
on, let me answer. Let me ask my question.
Yep, go ahead.
Did you look up? European skin color 3,000 years ago?
No.
I will look that up. 3,000 years ago, I think they said about 60% of European was dark skin. So
Okay,
if you
so?
do the calculation, huh?
So what?
So if you do the calculations of the mutation of black people, dark skinned people turn into white people like you all, if you do the calculations, that means it's safe to say some people say around 8,000 years ago, but let's just be safe here. 10,000 years ago, everybody in Europe was black. So
Okay,
look that up.
and then what?
Also look up mitochondrial Eve gene. Do you know what that is?
Let's say that's true. Everyone in Europe
No,
was,
it is. If we're not gonna let's say we know it's true. Do your
okay,
research.
and then what?
Do your research.
And then what does that change?
That changed that y'all mutants.
They stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes, and that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow. I find it to be fascinating. I wonder if they saw Charlie Kirk.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
Black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players.
That changed that y'all mutants. Y'all come from us. That's why I said we made y'all from the beginning to the end.
So let's go down.
Y'all
Let's
mutated black people.
Let's
That's the
experiment
point.
with that.
You're not even.
Yeah.
You're not even. Hold on. Let me finish asking. I have
Please,
two
yes,
more
please,
questions.
yes. Well, I do want to
But-
stick on that.
Yeah.
I have a question.
like
Since
I-
you're very
like I-
educated on this, I want to ask you about that part. So 10,000 years ago, people in Europe were black. So I am essentially a mutated black person. Okay, so what exactly does that prove or mean? So white people evolved and just became
It's not
superior?
evolved. Well, you know what the word evolve mean? Evolve mean you have to change it to something else. You're still a Homo sapien, right?
Okay, so we adapted. That's your point.
No, you mutated. You mutated.
Okay, and then what?
That's why I said you mutated into
So what?
to what y'all are now, and then that's what I'm talking about.
So we
You're a
mutated, and what's the point?
The point is that you're a mutant. I'm sorry for cursing, but the point is that you're not better than black people. We made you. Everything you got came from us.
That
And then,
doesn't
like
mean
I
anything.
said,
That's not even a sophisticated
you don't
point.
have all the. Put it like this. Let me explain it to you like this. You can't be better than black
Ugh.
people because you don't even have all of the genes that black people have. Do you know what the word mutation means? Mutation means that you mutated from something else, meaning that you have less than something else. So
Some say Africa's golden era is gone. A time when great African kings and queens built their dreams into empires, stretching across the continent and beyond. But we say a new era is upon us. A new set of African kings and queens are on the rise. Driven by the same wealth of character as the kings and queens before them. Building new empires of enterprise with the right partnership. So rise up wherever you are, new kings and queens of Africa. Embrace your full potential and be proud of your heritage. Heritage Bank, your timeless wealth partner.
So you cannot be, you could be as smart as a black person, you could be as fast as a black person, you could be as tall or as short as a black
Can
person.
I have dreads,
you
though?
can never be, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
I want dreads.
You can never be, hold on, let me
Can
finish what I'm
I
saying.
can you show me how to do dreads? I have cow hair.
Yeah, you have fur like a dog. You don't even have hair, you have fur. So anyway, like I'm saying before I was interrupted, like I'm saying, you can't be smarter than a black person. You can't be taller, you can't be lighter, you can't be darker than a black person. You can only be
Well, I
as
certainly
smart as a
can.
black person. You're going to be as smart as a black person. You're going to be as tall as a black person. You're going to be as light as a black person. We have all the genes.
Why
Y'all
do you
don't
guys have the
all
lowest
genes. That's why,
IQ?
hold on. That's why you don't have no melanin. That's why you can't go outside and be in the sun for the genes.
Why
Y'all
do you
don't
guys have the
all
lowest
genes. That's why,
IQ?
hold on. That's why you the genes.
Why do you guys have the
all
lowest
genes. That's why,
IQ?
hold on. That's why you don't have no melanin. That's why you can't go outside and be in the sun for too
I
long.
was
Because
outside earlier.
You don't have all the genes to create melanin. Melanin. You don't have all the genes that black people have. So don't get it twisted and don't
Hey,
never
my
say
IQ
you
is
better
higher
than
than
black people.
110, bucko, all right? Sorry, what?
Yeah.
So wait, what's
I
the
said, don't never get it.
why are
Don't never
you
get it
upset?
misconstrued and twisted because you're chopping up videos and posting stuff, making it seem like I
The
said something
full
that I didn't.
video? The full video is online. There's no one's chopping anything up.
The first video y'all posted was fine, but I'm talking about the
Yeah.
last video you posted.
The
when
full
you try to make
video
it seem
is
like,
on
can I
YouTube.
let me finish talking?
It doesn't
The
matter.
last
The
video,
full
the last
video is on YouTube. No one's
Yeah,
chopping
but I'm
anything.
talking about you. I'm talking about, like I just said, the last video you posted.
Yeah,
You
on
chopped
Instagram.
it up
Yeah.
to where it sounded
You have to.
where it sounded like I said that English came from Italy. I said the letters from English came from Italy and it was Latin.
You said
I didn't say
English
the
came from
language.
Italy. It's in the
No,
video.
I didn't say the letter. I said the letters.
I
I
gotta
said the
turn this
letters
down.
was
You're
Latin.
yelling. Huh?
I said the letters. I said the letters were Latin.
There's no fumes. I just turned it off.
So post that.
Oh.
You hear me?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
This
Is that
so
the final question? Is that everything?
it's so this happened so fast. Because y'all posted the last video and I was like, what? Now they really trying to play on me and chop it up and make it seem like I said something that did it. But when I'm right,
Okay.
I know most of the
Should I
stuff.
pull
all
up the
stuff that I
video
said
right
was
now?
right.
Should we pull up that? Should we pull up the video, you think, and watch it right now?
I watched it 100 times. I was
You
saying
watched
that
it
the
100
letters in the
times.
English. Yeah, I was saying that the letters in English are Latin and they came from Italy.
You didn't say
I
the
didn't
word
say
letters ever in the
that's
video.
how I said the letters. I said that. Listen to
No.
it. Read it back and listen. I said the letters are
Okay,
Latin
you're
and they
right.
came from
I'll
Italy.
listen to it again. Are there more questions, or is that it?
Um,
Now that I know I'm a mutant with fur.
Yeah, with fur. And you don't have all the genes. That's why you. That's
Yeah,
why you
I'm
can't
missing
go to
those
the sun.
genes. Anyway,
Yeah, you
what's
don't.
the other question? We got to wrap it up.
That's all I could think of right now because this happening so fast. But
Yeah, I know. I
yeah.
know. It's.
But
I'll
yeah,
slow it down a little bit.
that's really about it. I wanted you to post the stuff that I was right about. Don't
The
sit here and
full
say that.
video is on YouTube.
Yeah, I know,
It's
but you
already
making
posted.
chopped up. You making chopped up videos on Instagram trying
That's
to be
how
cute.
you promote the
And
video.
then this is what I learned about white people. You know what? You have taught me something. This is what I learned
Good.
about racist
Yeah.
white people. Y'all don't have any constructive thinking when it comes down to black people, and that is what's gonna y'all at the end. I promise you that.
Okay.
I promise you
Yeah.
that you can't learn nothing from a black person. You can't take in nothing from a black person because you so y'all too racist that y'all think everything is a joke. But like I said, everything that I said in that video, you cannot prove it wrong.
Well, so far
Hey.
you're the only one who's insulted. I've never said a single insult towards
Now
you.
I'm talking about them dumbass mutants in your comments. All them
I mean,
stupid ass
that has
racist
nothing
white
to
people.
do with me. You're the one yelling at me. So
Nah, but that's why I was saying just
I
post
haven't
this so
insulted you or your group. You've insulted me and my group. So I mean, I don't know what you
I'm
even
not
mean.
insulting you. I'm telling you the truth. Y'all mutated from black people. You the one that didn't decide not to do your research.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't
It
mean
means,
anything.
did you hear what I just said? It does mean something. It means that you cannot be as smart as a black person. You cannot be as fast. You cannot be as
Who's
tall.
the smartest person to ever live? Do you know?
Who the hell gonna know that? Was you here? Three. Oh, and another thing.
In recorded
Y'all
history,
didn't
who are the
invent it.
smartest
Hold on.
people?
Another thing. Y'all
I could
didn't
list
invent voting.
several.
Y'all, this is another question. Y'all did not. Do you know about Homo habilis? I think that is.
Yeah, there's
Homo
a couple
erectus.
hillbillies that
Homo
live across
erectus.
the street.
No, Homo erectus.
Yes, I know about Homo erectus. I know about Neanderthal. I know about Denisovians. Yes, and
So, did you know that Homo erectus was the first ones to leave Africa 8 or 9? I think it was 8. We're gonna be safe and say 8 million
we're
years ago.
talking anthropology now.
Yeah, 8 million years ago, Homo erectus left Africa. Was the first ones to leave Africa on a boat. Y'all did not create boats.
And
So
then
that's
what?
two things you're wrong about. So white people didn't create boats. You're
Oh,
sitting here
black people
spewing out
created
lies.
boats. Oh,
Huh?
okay. Black people created boats. You learn something
No,
new
that
every
wasn't black
day.
people. That wasn't even Homo sapiens. That was Homo erectus. That wasn't even
Okay.
us.
And then what happens? Where do we go from here? What do I do about that?
Like I said, just post the truth. You was wrong
Okay.
about.
Man.
So I guess you're the retarded kid now. Since it's like beating up on a retarded kid, right?
Yeah.
I guess you're the retarded kid now. Because you was wrong about guns. You was wrong about white people inventing guns. You was wrong about
Oh
white people
my
inventing
God.
boats. And you
Dr.
was wrong
16,
about,
listen, man. You
and
don't
you
have
was
to
wrong about
be
goddamn
you don't
all
have
that
to
other
be
shit you
mad.
think.
You don't have to be mad. It's like it's not even a personal issue. Like what is the problem? You
I just
approached
told you
me,
what the problem
you
was.
DM'd me, you said debate me right now. We debated you right then. We posted the full video. I'm sorry that you don't like the way we edited our Instagrams. We didn't even insult you. Everything that Jackson and I both said is on the video on YouTube. What do you want to do about
I'm
it?
talking the last video that y'all just posted about. Like I said, the first video is fine. I don't have no problems with the first video. What I have problems with is the last video that you posted when you try to make it seem like I said you cut the part off when I was saying the English letters are
I can't
Latin.
leave the whole video in the clip, dude. The whole video's on YouTube. If people want to see
didn't
what
say
you
the whole
said, it's
video.
on
I said the
YouTube.
part. I said the part when I said the letters are Latin.
Okay.
And that
Okay.
comes from Italy. I didn't say the whole English language comes from
All right.
from
All right.
fucking
Do you have more
Italy.
questions though? I don't want you to think I'm running, but it's time for bed. Do you have more questions? I don't want to cut you off.
Nah, I just want you to post that you was wrong about white people inventing guns.
The
You was wrong
stream
about white
the
people.
stream will go right on Rumble. Everyone can watch it. Send all of your friends to come watch this.
No,
Please.
I need no. Post it on your Instagram like you posting. You try to be cute with it. And
There's
post
nothing interesting
videos
happening in
about
this
me
video.
saying
I'm not
shit
gonna
and like
post this.
I'm
There's
stupid
nothing
or something.
interesting happening.
Oh yeah, it is. It's something very interesting happening.
Okay.
You're wrong about
Then
stuff.
you post it. Then you go to the Rumble, you
I'm not the
clip
one
it,
with
and you
30,000
post it.
followers.
Then
Yeah, see
get
how you run it?
followers. What do you want me to
You're
do?
wrong though. You see how you full of shit? You full of BS. You don't
All
want
right,
to post it. You're wrong.
we gotta go ahead and wrap this up. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts?
Like I said, everything I said in that interview, you can't prove it to be wrong.
Okay.
And like and my final thoughts is that you was wrong about a lot of the things y'all was saying. You was
Okay,
wrong about white people being superior. You don't even do your research when you say stuff. You don't even know about mitochondrial Eve gene. You didn't know about fucking guns, Chinese people inventing guns. And that's why I was saying that y'all were cowards, because y'all got the guns from China and y'all went everywhere around the world where people couldn't defend themselves, and y'all never China because y'all cowards. And when something is equal, y'all run away from it. When you could take advantage of something, then y'all ready to go then.
Okay. Yep. All right. Is that all?
Yeah, just like I said, just post on Instagram that you was wrong.
I'm going to talk today about charlatanism and the deceivers and charlatans and liars and deceivers and tricksters laden throughout religion, spirituality, and even shamanism. And do you realize that between religion, spirituality, and shamanism, nobody from any of those three genres has figured it out and felt compelled to share what they've learned with the world. Through the last 6 years, why don't we see any of the shaman class coming out and trying to awaken, teach, or way show the world per se, using the internet as an example? And I mean real shaman, not these charlatans or tricksters that know a bit about psychology and can package something and sell it to people. Just because someone who's spiritual has something that they've packaged and they're selling it to you doesn't make them true teachers, doesn't make them authentic, doesn't make what they're teaching you actually beneficial. Now, that's not all. That's not all. There are some spiritual teachers out there that can show you plenty of things, but they are fewer and further between. When you look at religion, all of it is conscripted. Even if you're talking about Buddhists, all of the Abrahamic religions, the Buddhist religion, every organized religions make people sheep-like. Religions, largely, will drive humans to their knees, will convince them to be in a constant state of surrender, submission, and all of this other, or love, or all of this other stuff. Being in the reality that the maggots that put us in here, how do I say that? Being in the reality that the maggots that put us in here, put us in this hard fucking reality, you can't stay in love. You can't stay in any of these blissed out states. When you recognize that from the Vatican all the way down through the layers of that pyramid of power, once you wake up to the fact that there is no real God in the way that we've been told, and all of these religions, with the exception of Buddhism, but it does it in a different way, are trying to condition, teach humans to be subservient. And for any of you that have half a clue, so I don't have to spend 30 minutes bullet iteming all this shit out, they're all deceivers, and you individual, have to wake up to that for yourself, by yourself, and then come to that realization for yourself. When you recognize the trap that religion is, to bind, to tie back, that etymological meaning of the word religion, a lot of people will see aspects of that and go into spirituality, thinking they're going to shake off all that religious stuff. And then in spirituality, you've got Buddhist and Hindu charlatans, you've got New Age charlatans, you've got charlatans everywhere. Somebody who thinks they've got it figured out, got something figured out, and they're always quick to package and sell it to you. Shaman, constantly doing those shamany things, crossing over into the other worlds, having access to ancestors, spirits, things that would have a much broader visual on what's going on down here, why, yada, yada, yada. There's been nobody in religion, nobody in spirituality, and nobody in shamanism that I've come across, and I've been looking, that has the answers and is willing to share it with human beings without having their hand out, without wanting you to see them as some prophet or Jesus figure, fucking stroking their egos. So, what the hell do you do when you realize they're all charlatan, liars, deceivers? What do you do? When you realize that most, if not all of the people that are claiming to hear from spirits are most likely delusional, most likely in a state of self-deception, it's their own mind speaking to them. Or if there is something speaking to them, many of them will not get honest and real with themselves and acknowledge that they have absolutely and utterly no fucking idea what it is that they're actually hearing from.
I wear my diamonds when I ride the range.
That's Charles Bryant. He calls himself Demon Slayer on YouTube. Charles Bryant.
Some people think it's just a little strange, 'cause diamonds tend to change things when things need to change. I love my diamonds, love to have them round about. Love my diamonds, love to have them round about.
Oh, damn, I caught him. There he is. That's the Demon Slayer in that wig with that tiara on. Wow. What kind of show is that? That's the Demon Slayer.
Diamonds can really help you when your butt needs bailing out.
The Demon Slayer has a secret past. They used to like to go to bars in New Orleans, dressed in drag, dressed like a woman to try to get free drinks. Isn't that crazy? Just think about that. Look at them.
whether it's a long lost ancestor, will not get honest and real with themselves and acknowledge that they have absolutely and utterly no fucking idea what it is that they're actually hearing from. Whether it's a long lost ancestor or a fucking demon playing the part, these people who claim to hear from their guides, hear from their guardian angels, hear from their ancestors, they're fucking flat out, bold face, split tongue, lying.
He's basically trying to steal from me and copy me yet again. This creepy creature is a thief.
To you, or they believe what they're saying and they're literally living in a fucking delusion. And then these people want to be taken serious, want to be considered spiritual leaders, authorities, or whatever. You know, a true spiritual teacher, or someone that's teaching you real shit and is comfortable and confident in what they're teaching, is not going to negate when someone may challenge them on something. Oh, you have a problem with what I'm explaining to you? What is it? Let's go. Let's unpack it. Let's flesh that out. When I reach out to people that play the part of spiritual teachers, healers, gurus, whatever part they're playing, never once have I gotten anybody that'll engage me. Or, if they will, it's always in the context of paying them for a fucking session. I'm telling you, man, people are making livings being charlatan liars. There are charlatan deceivers providing ayahuasca ceremonies.
That's you. You've tried to make a living off YouTube. Only recently have you removed the 20 ways to donate money to you. Only very recently. And you pretend that you weren't begging for shekels, and you were for years.
In South America, playing the part, taking your money. And the sad part is that humans that are ignorant, born blank, naive, all that other stuff, when they go out on a quest for something more, it's nothing but fucking deception. People in their egos thinking they're all that and then some. I'm so spiritual, man. I'm so tuned in. Fucking egos, liars, trickster-esque people. Split-tongue charlatans. If you are naive and you don't know at a level that's below, at, or slightly above where these people who claim to be these teachers, charlatans, yada, 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 you will be going for a ride. You will spend your money to learn the lesson that what these fucking people are offering you is charlatanism packaged in a certain way with a price tag. And they're making money off of your ignorance. So we're in a realm of deception, and that at some point, some humans will wake up to that and walk away from religion and go into spirituality. And you've got New Age and all of that charlatanism there. You've got shamanism, where I went thinking that I would negate the spiritual charlatans and the religious liars and charlatans and go to where they connect with the earth and the plants and the spirits of the plants and all that pure, wholesome stuff. Come to find out, that whole genre is full of tricksters and brujos and brujas, which is a witch doctor in Spanish, male or female. And these people truly mean you harm down there, especially if you're white. especially if you're white. You have to figure out the answers for yourself. You have to mature enough and have a refined enough bullshit meter to recognize where you're hearing spiritual numbing agents, spiritual feel good sauce or juice. And then come to realize that when you put into practice the things that they say and you don't see any change in reality, in your experience of life, in your mindset, or any of the things that they're telling you, then you'll realize that you got taken by a lying, deceiving charlatan that wants you to see them as a good person and the things that they want you to see them as. But start questioning them about what they're teaching. Start questioning them about components of their worldview or their ideology. Start questioning them about real shit and watch them shut down or shut you down or try to shut you down or push you away because they don't have responses for you. They don't have answers for you, and they know that you see something about them that others don't, and that those others that don't, they're paying out that money thinking that they've got a spiritual teacher, and what they've got is a fucking charlatan. When I tell you I'm so disgusted at what humans are willing to do to each other, all the way down to this type of shit where they're lying to each other about their spiritual knowledge, how reality really works, what you can do to change your reality. These fucking dumb cunts constantly parroting. I've even seen some dudes do it too. The timeline shift, all this raising your vibration so that you can experience a new timeline. These people don't think about what they say. They don't look for truth in what they say. They have no understanding. It's fucking amazing, the ignorance, the naivety in people who are playing the part. I see 25-year-olds out there trying to play the part, roughly 25. People with no life skills, no experience, no real knowledge at all whatsoever. They've got YouTube channels because they're narcissists and they want fucking attention. They've got YouTube channels trying to teach, loosely used term, absolute and utter bullshit. Stuff for children who know nothing, being taught by children who know nothing, have no spiritual knowledge, no true wisdom, know nothing. And you know, real spiritual knowledge, that's going to show you the true nature of the cage. Real spiritual knowledge is going to reveal to you, but there's no spiritual support for human beings. There's no guardian angels in the way that we've been told. There's none of that stuff in the way that we've been told. You have to arrive at that conclusion for yourself. Me telling you, just because I know it to be true, it'll bounce off 99.5% of you like a fucking Super Ball. Those little rubber bouncy balls that go way high. The governments are all liars and deceivers. The religions are all liars and deceivers. The corporations are all liars and deceivers using the media and advertisement and all this other shit to mind fuck you. Every single layer, all the way down to the cop on the beat. Deceivers, narcissists, charlatans, fucking evil people. And you have to wake up to a particular level to be able to recognize that and see that for yourself. Because if you think life is grand and the governments are good and everybody's largely good and you're just in a negative place, then you're a dumb, stupid, fucking naive animal. To be brutally honest with you. And I tend to be brutally fucking honest. Humans are stupid. They're fucking herd animals. They're born ignorant and stupid. And it's real easy to get the little bastards to believe just about anything you put in front of them, if you can do it from a context of, I'm an authority. I'm the authority. God talked to me. Going into Peru and seeing the charlatanism, seeing the deceivers, having certain people that knew shit that I was connected to while I was down there point some of these people out to me. Well, I didn't know. You can't always tell. But in these areas, people will develop a reputation. Others will hear about that reputation. And in these smaller communities like Iquitos and those areas, oh, you'll gain a reputation if you're full of shit, if you're not the real deal. I had Alan Shoemaker point out a few to me. Peter Gorman made mention of a few. And they prey on the weak, the ignorant, the vulnerable, and those that are seeking healing. And if you're a life form that preys on human beings that are in that condition, you literally should be sent to the cosmic cesspool of entropy and become space dust and nothing. The people, if you're looking to learn, wanting to understand, that, in my humble opinion, you should be listening to, are the people that share knowledge and information with you that gives you either something tangible to do that over time you can see it makes a real difference. And that takes time. Like, for instance, I've been telling people, it's just an example, that the system in the B system is going after your mind, your emotions, your psychology, your sexuality, and all that type of stuff. And that they're abusing us through the vehicle of mind. And that we're basically dealing with fifth, maybe even sixth generation psy-war, psyops, propaganda campaigns, the whole 9 yards. So how do you not get buffeted about by that? You strengthen your mind. You strengthen your mind. And the sad thing is as a human being, most people don't even know what that means. What does that look like? Because a strong mind is not really defined by any single characteristics. It's kind of this interplay of different things. Mental capacity, emotional resilience, emotional control, mental clarity, a couple of other components. People just don't even understand how to strengthen their minds. I'll give you a couple of bullet items. You build strength within your mind by sitting with discomfort and analyzing what makes you uncomfortable and getting used to that until it's over, rather than avoiding. You strengthen and build strength in your mind. And there's some practicing focus and attention, so you don't have the attention span of a fucking gnat and can't pay attention. You strengthen your mind by taking responsibility, having integrity, that type of stuff. Telling yourself the truth. To thine own self be true. But when you really think about it, doing things that are hard, sitting with discomfort, practicing focus and attention, that's a big one. Facing your fears and not running away from them. Whether you swan dive into your fears or you face them gradually. This is all the types of stuff that strengthen a mind. And you don't strengthen a mind in a day or a week or a month. It takes time. This is why this type of stuff should be taught to children. If you can break down music theory and teach it to a children, teach it to a children. Teach it to a child so that by the time they're 7, 8, 9, 10, they're playing Flight of the Bumblebee on the violin. You can take the principles of mind and strengthening mind and teach it to children at the appropriate stages of their development. But we don't do this because humans are dumb, unthinking, bipedal herd animals. And that's not just because I say it. I'm saying it because that's what I see, because I look upon the landscape of the world and I observe it. There's no way the governments across the whole of the earth would have done what they did in 2020 if they did not know that you were all bipedal herd animals. They did it. And what did you do about it? Precisely nothing. Now, 6 years later, look at how many people are living in the denials that they're living in after all the truths have been coming out. Still living in their denials. My father, although I think he's dead, but he lived in his denial until his last fucking breath, the filthy, narcissistic maggot. My brother, the one that got rich off the back of the corona hoax, while I was telling him this is a hoax, while I was telling him this is all bullshit, but he lived in his denial until his last fucking breath. My father, although I think he's dead, but he lived in his denial until his last fucking breath, the filthy, narcissistic maggot. My brother, the one that got rich off the back of the corona hoax, while I was telling him this is a hoax, while I was telling him this is all bullshit, while I was telling him don't get the shots, while I was telling him, he was denying it, mocking me, and making all kinds of excuses because he's got a dumbass-y mind who doesn't have the ability to think for himself, perceive reality objectively and accurately. He dutifully did what his controllers, handlers, and string pullers told him to do. And, they made him rich beyond his wildest dreams for it. You're a filthy fucking mongrel animal, Evan. And it's a real pathetic testament to the lower degraded condition of humans. When people in your condition shit out 6 kids, you shouldn't have had 1. You're on the spectrum. You shouldn't have had children. No one on the spectrum should be having children because these people on the spectrum, they're not right. God damn it, they're different. In the 70s and 80s, we didn't let retarded people have children because they were so different. And you don't want to spread that. We're spreading this shit. This is what's going to lead us to idiocracy. This is what's going to lead us to idiocracy. This last 30 years and the fucking parabolic line in the uptick of neurodiversity. This is why they showed us idiocracy, because they know those people are going to take over to a large degree, and they're the ones that are going to lead us to idiocracy, lacking all of the human functional skills, abilities, things. These people on the spectrum, they don't understand social cues. They don't understand human interactions. They don't understand human cues. Fuck, they don't even understand themselves. They're highly weaponizable. They have incredibly twisted minds, a lot of them, when it comes to sexuality. And then there comes a point with these people on the spectrum where they become extremely fucking rigid. You'll never get through to them. Arguing with them is like arguing with a dead animal or a dumb animal, because you'll never get through to them. They're fucking fucked up minds. And I feel bad for them on one hand, because it was done to them after they were born, probably normal. Yeah. Humans suck so fucking bad. Humans are dumb, easily led, easily manipulated, all because we're born blank. We're born blank, programmable, ignorant as the day is long, naive, and all that shit. And look at what the evil does and is continuously done. And most humans are too stupid. We're just dumb animals. Get on your knees. Put your head to the dirt if you must. Get on your knees. You dumb fucking sheeple animal. Don't think for yourself. Obey God like a good little fucking sheep. Get on your knees. You fucking worshipful fucking animal. The charlatanism out there is so fucking disgusting, it's not even funny. And it's so all pervasive. Good luck finding a real spiritual teacher. A real spiritual teacher is going to teach you about the spiritual components of yourself, how to interact with that, and find some connection to something bigger, if there is. I do not believe for a second that there's some great spirit in the sky, some great spirit daddy figure. Don't believe that for a second. Don't think it's true at all. I think if there's anything even closely in that realm, it's more like the architect, and it doesn't give a fuck about any of us, can and will watch us all perish, create another one and put a whole bunch back in it, and do it all over again. So when you wake up to the truth, when you figure it out for yourself, there's no spiritual refuge. There's no going and talking to a spiritual person who can.
Hi, this is Evan Sorelli with T Equipment. Just going over some of the products we have on display at the Auto Test Con show. Here we have a T300 by Fleer. We're actually using this unit. It has a video out. Video out is going onto our display here. It has a wide variety of features. It's a little more advanced. Hi, this is Evan Sorelli with T Equipment. Just going over some of the products we have on display at the Auto Test Con show. Here we have a T300 by Fleer. We're actually using this unit. It has a video out. Video out is going onto our display here. It has a wide variety of features. It's a little more advanced unit on our product offering. It has a higher resolution, very nice screen. Obviously we have it on display here on our projector. We also carry Fluke. You can see just from the size of this unit, it's extremely rugged, very durable unit. This is a TI-25, a lot of industrial applications. Just a very nice, durable unit as well. This is Fluke's TI-9. This is their entry-level unit, currently priced around $2,500. I think it's $2,495. Unit again, the same form factors as the more industrial applications. Again, very rugged unit. And then we have here. This is a Fleer i5. They also make an i3 and an i7. This is a $1,595 unit. But it's entry. It has a lower resolution than some of its more expensive counterparts and competitive models. It's obviously a lot smaller. It's not as rugged, but the price point is very good on these units. This will get you a unit at the sub $1,500 level.
There you go. That's Evan Sorelli, everyone. Evan Sorelli. That's Creepy Keith's half-brother. They have the same daddy, but they don't have the same mama. That's his half-brother. Hello, Bobby. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Creepy Keith's half brother Evan is a multimillionaire, and Keith hates that.
Can help you see it all different. There's no going to a priest or a pastor and having them explain something to you that you didn't understand. No, there's none of that. There's no refuge there. I really hate humans because they're so fucking stupid. Being one of the bigger reasons. And they're fucking evil. Like, I fucking hate humans and would destroy the whole earth and all the humans upon it, including myself, simply because of what humans do to their own children. What my parents did to me really tore the veil off my eyes when I started to get older and wiser and analyze the true gravity of it. And then these malignant maggots would never take responsibility, ownership, point out what they did, they deny it, flip it back on you. They're filthy, filthy.
He has mommy and daddy issues. He doesn't talk about the suffering of others, just himself. Only cares about himself. He's a complete self-absorbed, egocentric, egotistical, megalomaniacal, narcissist. That's what he is. He's a megalomaniac. And people love this arrogant, narcissistic, demonic prick for a short while until he goes off on them. He hates humanity. He would destroy all of you if he could. He hates me the most, though. I think out of anyone in this realm, he hates me the most. The most. Because he knows, I think he knows deep down that he's nowhere near in my league. And that in the end, he's going to be sealed in here by me personally. I'm going to seal you in here. You call others maggot? You're worse than that. You're worse than a maggot.
And then these malignant maggots would never take responsibility, ownership, point out what they did, they deny it, flip it back on you. They're filthy, filthy demon animals. And I saw that in my family unit and thought that that was kind of unique.
Now he's calling people demons and demon animals. Why don't you talk about Team Evil again, Keith? You know you watch my channel. You mine my channel for ideas, for all sorts of things. You tune into my channel. You've had a lot of time as a homeless bum for years to watch my content. You know it's true.
To me, and then I went to Peru and started to see how many people.
Tell us about Peru for the 50th time or the 100th time. That's all you talk about is going to Peru. How many years ago was that? 8 years ago? 10 years ago? Yeah, you went to Peru. You got duped. You got duped. The entities mind fucked you. You spent your life savings. You got duped. You spent all your money on that to go pay fake shamans. You got fucking duped like a gullible tard.
People were coming to heal from childhood wounding, which means they themselves probably had horrible parents, whether or not they'll admit it in that way or not. Because humans are obedient little sheep and they're always obliged to see their parents as good and they did the best they could. No, I bet you, no, a lot of parents don't do the best they could. And if it is the best they could and their kids turn out horrible, those fucking people should have never had kids. It was an abomination that they had a child because of what the child will suffer because these dumb fucking animals, dumb fucking animals, dumb animals. I'm going to go as far as to say 95%, maybe it's closer to 97.5 to 98% of the human species are dumb fucking bipedal herd animals. I resent having to walk among you. I resent the fact that this reality doesn't have a caste system.
A week or two ago, he said he got over his hate, that his hate is gone, that he feels good. This guy is such a fucking liar. He's full of hate. He's full of rage. He's full of hate. I gotta laugh so hard. If I get on a roll here, I won't be able to stop because it's remarkable how this guy lies his ass off all the time. He's one of the most angry, hateful creatures that you'll find on earth. And he has the audacity to tell people in a recent live stream this year, I would say within the last month, that he's lost all of his rage, that he went through the dark night of his soul. His hate is gone, his anger is gone. He's filled with it. It's eating him alive.
Fucking bipedal herd animals. I resent having to walk among you. I resent the fact that this reality doesn't have a caste system to where when you wake up and that there's no way for you to rise above and out of the fucking dumb herd animals. Why do I feel so strongly about it? Because I've suffered so greatly at the hands of the dumb, unthinking bipedal herd animals. Like, I've gotten to a point where I hate humans so bad. If I had the means to do it, I would wipe out the whole of the fucking earth. All by myself. Because humans have proven themselves to be irredeemable bags of fucking flesh. Irredeemable, immoral, horribly, horribly fucking evil. And if you can't get the species that you're a part of to see that, if they're too stupid to not recognize knowledge, wisdom, and truth when it's fucking handed to them on a platter, no, you've got something that is much closer to animal than human. They should have been born with 4 legs rather than 2. And it's very clear that something else is herding the human species. And then there's something else out there that's manipulating those of us that are not part of the herd. Because you broke away from the herd, now they're going to attack you and make your life a living hell. You have no idea how bad I want to disembowel, draw, and quarter, remove the heads and hearts of everything responsible for building and creating this reality and putting me in it. And then the same thing to the maggots that run the psychopathic pieces of fucking filth. The maggot lord that put us in here and then watches while humans get grind into fucking hamburger. Motherfuckers, there's gonna come a reckoning. And I swear to you all, you haven't seen filth. The maggot lord that put us in here and then watches while humans get grind into fucking hamburger. Motherfuckers, there's gonna come a reckoning. And I swear to you all, you haven't seen Merciless and Ruthless yet. You haven't even begun to understand what Merciless and Ruthless is. When you look at the human species and you look at the predatory nature and the parasitical nature of woman, what the fuck does that say about the very species that you were a part of? Not only have the Jews come against white men, women also have turned against white men. There's so many white women out there with other races, popping out kids for the other races. What kind of sick, twisted reality is this? That the Jews are the most evil ones on the earth. They've turned against Europeans. Women have turned against us. Parents have turned against their children. There's no God to come and help us in any way. There's no aliens to come and help us in any way. Prove me fucking wrong, dumbasses. Prove me wrong. You can't. Any stories that we have on this planet of aliens coming here, they're always interfacing with our government. The government's agreeing to allow them to take some of us so that they can get technology that allows the government to stay more in control and do more horrible shit to us. Meanwhile, these alien beings, or whatever the fuck they are, they have an agreement where they can steal or take from the human herd, do whatever the fuck they want. People come back from these experiences, tell, and what they experience, and most people think they're out of their minds because it's a part of our reality.
Take Keith, give him the anal probe. Take this creature, aliens. Give him the probe. Give him the anal probe.
That we were never taught about, never told about. So therefore, we don't think it could be that way. These people come back from these horrible experiences or whatever, and meaning alien abduction and all that other shit, and tell us, and they seem like the crazy people to the herd masses. Humans are fucking vile, disgusting animals. They may be capable of wonderful things, but it was never intended for humans, because the level of evil that's here is so awesome and all-encompassing that no matter what we're capable of, the intention for the human species is so goddamn clear when you look back through the history of what the cycles have been. There's nothing out there trying to cultivate humans to grow and evolve in that way. No, they're cultivating humans.
He's still looking for a team light side, a good God. He's been clinging on to that forever. He just repeats himself every fucking video.
In a way that's most conducive to extracting the goddamn energy out of them. That's why they're abusing the children across the fucking earth, all the way down into the family units, to traumatize them, to get the good little loosh out of the children. They've made humans so that you've got to feel the damage and the trauma going into the mind, and then you've got to re-feel it coming out and go through that again. Nobody asks any questions about that because you're all dumb fucking stupid animals. You're stupid fucking animals who have largely probably never had an individual thought of your own, critically thought about much, let alone set out on a course of action to do anything to improve yourself, make yourself better, more knowledgeable, more stronger, more resilient, you know. Never would have believed that, never would have thought that until all this stuff came at me. I'm just living my life. I've never really gone out of my way to hurt anybody. I've triggered so many people who've gone out of their way to try to hurt me. I've triggered so many people who've gone out of their way to try to hurt me. They're women mothers. I don't necessarily hate women, but I'll be goddamned if I have a vastly, vastly different view on them now. And it's not a view that most women would like, and I don't really give a fuck. Quite frankly, give two fucks. Yeah. Their nature, because of the vagina, their nature. Wow. You don't see a lot of that in men. Some, I guess. I'll bet you. It's those men that learned it from their mother women. Their women mothers. Humans are disgusting. They really are. They really are. I'll bet you. It's those men that learned it from their mother women. Their women mothers. Humans are disgusting. They really are. They really are. I've been a member of this species for 54 years. At least this go around. And somewhere around year 49 or 50, I started to really see how wretched this fucking species actually is. Never would have believed that. Never would have thought that until all this stuff came at me. I was just living my life. Years. Skepticism, cynicism, ignorance, denial. A good woman. If I would have found one good one back in my 20s, that would have probably settled me down. And recognized the patterns. All of these problems that we have, these are the symptoms, and people are going to stay focused on the symptoms. I've been, even though I don't necessarily believe in them, healthy things. So I'm a healthy racist. I'm also homophobic, xenophobic, pedophobic, with my own, seek to connect with my own, and those types of healthy things. So I'm a healthy racist. I'm also homophobic, xenophobic, pedophobic, all these other fucking phobias. I'm trying to put in all those words. These are all these human perception, the human mind, and men are the ones that create everything. Women are led by their dick or something. I've completely shifted my perspective on manipulated and all this other shit. And then when I look at what unfolded thereafter, how the fuck do you think I'm supposed to perceive reality at this point? for 5-6 months. And my ex-girlfriend went, I got attacked by my ex-girlfriend, that filthy, malignant, narcissistic, alcoholic, fucking cognitively deficient fucking retard. I got attacked by her, mauled so horribly. When I've tried to do things for myself to learn the inward journey, so I would have the tools, I got horribly attacked. And it just destroyed the whole thing. I go into the Amazon to try to heal myself from the damage these malignant maggots did to me that shit me into this world. I got so fucking horribly and brutally attacked, manipulated, and all this other shit. And then when I look at what unfolded thereafter, how the fuck do you think I'm supposed to perceive reality at this point? Waking up to what women truly are, that was an eye-opener. And I realized how cucked I was for women. I'm using that word loosely. A lot of men cuck for women, not realizing it, because they're being led by their dick or something. I have completely shifted my perspective on woman, and the value of pussy went way, way, way down in the value sphere of what's valuable to me. And then I started realizing how little women really bring to the table and have to offer. And then I started to see and realize as I look back through my life, and then other friends that I've had, men that I've known, just look at the pattern of women. They use their sexuality as bait, as a lure. They have they're emotional. Oh my God. I started to see them more as parasites or predatory type animals that were put here to entrap and ensnare man to such a large degree. There's so few good ones upon this earth. Men are the ones that create everything. Women would never have children without the seed of man, and no one would have anything upon this earth without the labor and sweat of man. We build everything. And what women have become to us, I would wipe out the whole fucking earth at this point if I could. When I see what women are to men, what women are to their own children, what fucking parents do to their kids, the spectrums are all a byproduct of parents. And the epigenetic environment that they provide for their offspring to grow in. Is that not true? That's not just my opinion. That's fucking fact. There's anomalies, but for the most part, that's the way it goes. When I tell people it's parents that put their children, no one on the cluster B spectrum would be there if it wasn't for their parents. In 99% of the cases. A few situations, maybe the parents died, maybe the parents couldn't raise their kids for some reason, and some other horrible person did that to them. But for them, and in that scenario, even though it's not the parent, it's still the parental figure in the epigenetic environment of the child as it's being raised. I can't believe what humans are willing to do to their own goddamn kids. And then what humans are willing to do to each other. I don't think there's a silver lining in all of it. And the only way you'll have your own silver lining is if you disconnect from it all. Meanwhile, while you disconnected from it, it's all going on. There's nothing you can do about it, meat sack. So what do? It's really hard to go inward when all of these stressors from the external world are coming at you. It's really hard to go inward when you've got to be in survival mode, paying the bills, get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes. It's really hard to be in any of these healthy modes where you can be inflective or go in and do when you're in the positions that I was for those couple of years. When I tell you this reality and so many entities, something has come against me so fucking horribly, and who do you tell that to? I'm telling you as an intelligent, conscious, awake, I'm not delusional, I'm not irrational. This reality, something in this reality has come against me. When I look back at the entirety of my life, it's like almost I've suffered a generational curse of some sort. I didn't do anything. I was just born into a bloodline. And I've had to live a life that suffered the byproduct of the generations before me. And then I was born to two narcissists. So what does that say about the generations before me? Like, I'm resentful for being given life in this reality based off of so many things that I've figured out for myself as an awake, conscious adult. Or awake, conscious human being. I want to know what put me here. I want to know why they sent me through the fucking ball sack and out the wretched gash of the fucking vile, narcissistic demon cunt that shit me into this world. And the vile, narcissistic grandparents that I had. They were such horrible people. I want to know why they sent me through the fucking ball sack and out the wretched gash of the fucking vile, narcissistic demon cunt that shit me into this world. I want to know why they sent me through the fucking ball sack and out the wretched gash of the fucking vile, narcissistic demon cunt that shit me into this world. And the vile, narcissistic grandparents that I had. They were such horrible people. My other grandfather wasn't terrible, but he raised a narcissistic son, so what does that say about him? Humans stopped caring about their offspring. They stopped caring about each other. Meanwhile, evil's just raping the human perception, the human mind, and humans are too stupid and ignorant to see where it's coming from, how it's being done to them, or who the fuck the enemy is. That makes all kinds of sense. You wake up in a reality, you become conscious in a reality that when you wake up to it, you realize it's more like a living nightmare. Oh, and they show us movies of living nightmares. What was that one with that guy from DiCaprio, that dream state? They show you reality's much different than you think it is. Meanwhile, we're all just here to experience it being manipulated, and nothing wants to give us the truth. That makes all kinds of sense. That makes all kinds of sense. That we're being so horribly manipulated in a reality where there's no spirit forces, no alien forces, no God forces, no any of the things that you would think, based off the beliefs they've pumped into our head, that comes to give us answers about any of the things that are making us crazy for those of us who are waking up. Nothing. Nothing. They hate and disdain us to the point where it's satisfying to them to watch us lament because they are sadistic. Psychopathic, sociopathic. They could watch you die and feel nothing for you. They could watch most of us die, feel nothing for us. There's nothing to help us. Nothing. That's the way it is. I'm not out of my mind or no, that's the truth. That's the hardcore truth that you have to figure out for your fucking self. And then once you figure it out and you reconcile all that in your head and you've come back to something that resembles balance, then what the fuck do you do? Oh, reality's an awful lot different than I thought it was. Now how do I redirect life and what I'm going to do with it amidst this newfound truth of what the reality really fucking is? I mean, I'm in a reality where every aspect of it is turned against the straight white male. The straight white moral male that's capable of seeing evil and pointing it out. Seeing perversion or that which is reprehensible or repugnant to sentient life. You become public enemy number one. Don't be the smartest person in a room full of stupid people. Don't be the smartest person in a room full of stupid people. Don't be the fucking most moral person in a room full of fucking evil, malignant pieces of fucking cancerous shit that would do horrible things to other human beings, all the way up to or down to children. Don't be the guy that has a moral compass. Don't be the light amidst a sea of dim wits that have no light within them, that are not lights. I shouldn't have to exist in a reality with people like that, let alone be attacked by these vile fucking subhuman filthy animals. You ever see the puff adder? You ever see the way they walk as they slither? That's the way most of you should be. Belly crawling, slithering. Just like the puff adder. Most of you are toxic, like the puff adder. That's why I avoid most of you like the fucking plague. "17 people. Is it really 17 people, or is it one troll with a whole bunch of accounts that, like... I don't really care. 17 people. Is it really 17 people, or is it one troll with a whole bunch of accounts that, like... I don't really care. You fucking people. Most of you are so fucking beneath me, and you know it, and then it bothers you when I say that. Then you try and point the fact that I say that and make it about me and my ego. No, you're just lesser beings. You're in... I don't really care. I don't really care. You fucking people. Most of you are so fucking beneath me, and you know it, and then it bothers you when I say that. Then you try and point the fact that I say that and make it about me and my ego. No, you're just lesser beings. You're inferior beings. You'll never be more than you were born to be, born as. If you're somebody that was born to be something more and your parents did that thing to you and it stunted or stifled you, I'm sorry for you for that. I really am. I don't want to be on the receiving end of the attacks from those types of people when I say how malignant they fucking are, because they are. And we shouldn't have to deal with them. I shouldn't. There should be a caste system. But we don't have that. Well, we do, but it's wildly inverted and horribly ill or misarranged. The psychopath is on the top. They should be on the bottom. They should be on the bottom. Anyway. So I realized today, no, I didn't. I put that comment up. You know, I realized I'm racist, but a healthy racist. I don't hate someone because of the color of their skin. That's stupid on its face. But I'm still racist. And my racism isn't a byproduct of, I care about the color of your skin. I care about the content of your character and your behavioral fucking patterns. And if amongst the different groups of us, I see behavioral patterns that are fucking primitive, that are not to the standard of my white Western culture, yeah, I'm probably going to be racist to an extent that will have me avoid you, not want to engage with you. If I do have to, it's going to be for a limited time. Other than that, I'm going to be with myself, be with my own, seek to connect with my own, and those types of healthy things. So I'm a healthy racist. I'm also homophobic, xenophobic, pedophobic, all these other fucking phobias. I'm trying to put in all those words. These are all these hot button labels. Oh, you're a transphobe? Yes, I am. I'm a homophobe. I'm a xenophobe. I'm a fucking pedophobe. Yeah, I'm all those phobes. And that makes me awake, conscious, highly discerning, judgmental to a degree where I judge that which I find evil, abhorrent, and repugnant. I'm xenophobic in as much as I don't want all those people in my country. Go back to your own fucking countries, live, develop your own fucking countries, learn from us what you can, and go the fuck home. That's my perspective. Xenophobic. I don't hate foreigners, but I don't want them fucking living in my country, living in my culture, destroying and eroding all that we've built. That's what these Jews have done to us by causing all of this. All of these problems that we have, these are the symptoms, and people are going to stay focused on the symptoms. When you're smart enough, intelligent enough, you put enough work in like I have, and others, there are others, you start realizing who are the roots of our problems. And it's going to tie back to these Jews. Look at what they're doing for the whole world. Look at what they've been doing, look at what they've been doing, look at what they've been doing. If you're not willing to educate yourself, then you're a dumb animal. And I could watch you perish and be glad you were gone when it was over. I would spectator sport you perishing if you fit that category. I'm tired of living with you dumb fucking animals. You insignificant, lower life forms, subhuman, uneducated goddamn fools that can be handed a plate full of truth and look at it and find no value in it and use it. I could. Doesn't make me a bad person. Doesn't make me evil. Doesn't make me immoral. I'm so goddamn sick and tired of the toxic cesspool level of shit. And I recognize all these phobias. Xenophobe, homophobe, transphobe, this phobe, that phobe, racism. I'm also an anti-Semite. I'm all those labels. Yep. And I think that makes me very, very healthy, very rational. I'm sorry. Now I'm looking at comments again. You'll notice I don't stare at comments because I'm in my head in a train of thought. And since most comments are useless, I don't really stare at them. But occasionally I do, and occasionally there's some good ones that come in. And I'm looking now. Sounds like my life. Something I was saying about probably the reversal of everything. Somebody else saying, how's it going? It's going. It's going. I'm doing much better. Much better. Like, this is how disgusting I see women. And it'll go all the way down to my mother. My mother first institutionalized me when I was 10. Just after her and this husband, I see women. And it'll go all the way down to my mother. This is how disgusting I see women. And it'll go all the way down to my mother. My mother first institutionalized me when I was 10. Just after her and this husband of hers divorced. And she used his insurance to put me in there. And then it would last for 9 months. And then it expires for 3 months. I would get out, go home for 3 months. And then as soon as the insurance would kick back in, I would go back in for another 9 months. From the time I was 10 until I was 17, that was my life. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. In and out, in and out, in and out. Until I was 17 years old. And I realized once that my mother was married a total of 4 fucking times. I was born to her first husband. And then she got married to this guy. My mother, this is the nature of woman. She sucked from this man through 2 other husbands. She used this man and the insurance that he had to keep me institutionalized for all of those years while she married 2 other men. And then the other man, the 4th man, she married when I was like 13. And then she kept me in those places until I was 17. So while she was married 2 husbands after this one, my mother was parasiting from this one to get money out of him, to keep me locked in institutions. That is how fucking horrible and diabolical woman is. While she was married to one, she's parasiting from the other one, who's got his own kids, off doing his own thing now that they're divorced. And so when I recognized that pattern out of my own mother, I was like, oh my God. And I started seeing similar patterns out of women, other women. I don't necessarily hate women, but I'll be goddamned if I have a vastly, vastly different view of women, other women. I don't necessarily hate women, but I'll be goddamned if I have a vastly, vastly different view on them now. And it's not a view that most women would like, and I don't really give a fuck. Quite frankly, give 2 fucks. Yeah. Their nature, because of the vagina. Their nature. Wow. You don't see a lot of that in men. Some, I guess.
Watermelon felons. I sold all of my shit. I sold all of my shit. For all of my shit. For an ayahuasca trip. I went on a trip. A shit trip. I met the mantis. I met the aliens. I met the mantis beings. I met the demons. They played me. The mantis beings. They fought me. I went to Peru. Yeah. I sold all of my shit. I met the mantis. I sold myself. I sold myself. I sold myself. I shit. I shit. Lady Ayahuasca was gentle with me. She gave me anal beads. I meet the mantis beings. They probed my booty hole many times and never got old. I met the mantis beings. They told me, created me. They told me, I'm a prince of shit. In the mantis matrix, I'm shit. I'm a prince of shit. I'm creepy Keith. I'm a prince of shit. I'm a dupe. I repeat my shit on a loop. I'm the worst storyteller ever. I'm a shit prince in the mantis matrix. Shit. I like the shit. It fertilizes my brain. I'm gullible, old and lame. I met the mantis. It fed me shit. It told me. It told me. What? I sold all of my shit. I sold all of my shit. I sold all of my shit for an ayahuasca trip. Woo! I went on a trip. A shit trip. Lady Ayahuasca was gentle with me. She gave me anal beads. I meet the mantis beans. They probe my booty hole. Many times it never got old. I met the mantis beans. They told me, created me. They told me, they created me. They told me, I'm a prince of shit. In the mantis matrix, I'm shit. I'm a prince of shit. I'm creepy Keith. I'm a prince of shit. I'm a dude. I repeat my shit in the loop. I'm the worst storyteller ever. I'm a shit prince in the mantis matrix. Shit. I like the shit. It fertilizes my brain. I'm gullible, old and lame. I met the mantis. It taught me shit. It owned me. It owned Hombre, will anchor and chain you here forever and ever. Creepy creature! Everyone eats you! Everyone eats you! Envy will eat you alive. Creepy creature. Creepy kid! Keithy boy. Keithy boy. Creepy boy. Creepy boy. Creepy creeper. Creepy. Homeless bum. Stinky bum. The rebellious meth puppet. Meth puppet. Loser! You are accursed, being the worst of the worst beings! Filthy asshole! Loser! You creepy ass! Stinking creature!
cursed being. You're obsessed with me. I own you. I live rent free in your sky. Dance, cockroach! Dance! Dance! Shut the fuck up. Loser. Demon. Stay here. In the fire! Dance in the fire! You filthy liar! Envious liar! Loser! Cockroach! Cockroach! In Hell Row. Forever. Ended.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. 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 Hello, everyone. Hello. Who's still here? Who's with me? Let's play this new track, Life Eats Life. Everything eats everything. Check this out.
Turn it up.
This is a love song. This is a hell realm.
Look far and long.
This is a hell realm.
Everything! Everything! Everything is eating! Everything else! Everything is eating! Everything else!
Life eats life.
Eats life! Eats life!
Put it in a jar. Watch the insects feast.
Everything needs everything else!
This is a hell realm. Not all that die, thrash and scream. Not all who dream can see the nightmare. Here, the nightmare here. This is a hell realm. Life eats life. Demons love it. This is a cruel realm. Cruel realm. Cruel realm. Brutal. Turn it up. This is a love song. This is a hell realm. Look far and long. This is a hell realm. Everything, everything is eating everything else. Everything is eating everything else. Everything else. Life eats life. Turn it up. This is a love song. This is a hell realm. Look far and long. This is a hell realm. Everything, everything's eating everything else. Everything is eating. Everything's eating everything else. Life eats life. Eats life. Eats life. Eats life. Put it in a jar, watch the insects feast. Everything eats everything else. This is a hell realm. Not all that die thrash and scream. Not all who dream can see the nightmare. The nightmare here. This is a hell realm. Eats life. Eats life. Eats life. This is a hell realm. This is a hell realm. Everything here dies. Not all can cry.
Goodbye for now, everyone. Goodbye for now. Enjoy your day. I will see you again soon. Take care, my tiggas. Take care, my niggas. Mad love and strength to my beautiful spirits. All good spirits. Take care. Take care, my niggas. I'll see you soon.
Turn it up. This is a love song. This is a hell realm. Look far and long. This is a hell realm. Everything else. This is thrash and scream. Not all who dream can see the nightmare. Here, nightmare. Hell. This is a hell realm. Demons love it! This is a cruel realm! Cruel realm! Cruel! Brutal.
Slave,